Welcome to another wonderful Hannah Miller audiobook. We are excited to have you with us. Before we begin the story, please like and subscribe to our channel and share it with friends. This allows us to continue adding free clean Amish romance audiobooks for you to enjoy. The following title is copyrighted by Hannah Miller, Amish romance author. Now, find a comfortable spot, relax, and enjoy the story. Beneath the Lilacs. Chapter 1. Reuben turned the buggy into the lane. The farmhouse came into view through a gap in the fence row, a white clapboard building with a covered porch and two dormers facing the road, sitting solid in the afternoon heat as it had sat for as long as Lydia could remember. The kitchen garden on the near side of the house looked untidy along one edge, a patch of weeds moving in where Miriam's careful hand had not been lately. The porch railing had lost a baluster at the south end. One of the window boxes had 3 dead stems where herbs had been. Lydia climbed down before Reuben had fully stopped, which made him raise one eyebrow but say nothing. She lifted her bag from the footboard. "Thank you, Reuben. I'll be fine from here. Your ma'am will want to know you arrived safe." "Yes. Tell her I'll send word tomorrow." He nodded and drove away without ceremony, which was exactly the right thing to do. Miriam was at the kitchen table when Lydia came through the back door. She was dressed in her good dark blue dress and her best white prayer cap, which meant she had been waiting, and had dressed up for the waiting. The sight of it made something pull in Lydia's chest. Her aunt's hands were folded on the tabletop in front of an untouched cup of cooling coffee, and her face, when she looked up, was clear and present and full of a pleasure so unguarded it was like looking at a child. "Lydia. You're here." "Yes, I'm here, Auntie." Lydia set her bag down and crossed the kitchen and took her aunt's hands between her own. Miriam's hands were dry and thin, the knuckles more prominent than Lydia remembered, but her grip was strong. They held on for a moment. "I made coffee this morning," Miriam said. "But then I forgot to drink it. I'll make a fresh pot. There's cold chicken in the larder. And beets I put up in the fall." "That sounds exactly right." They ate a simple supper together in the long light of the late afternoon, the two of them at the kitchen table with the window open and the smell of cut grass coming in from the field behind the house. Miriam talked about the neighbor's new foal and the price of flour and a letter she had received from a second cousin in Indiana, and Lydia listened and asked questions and let the ordinary rhythm of it settle over her like a familiar garment. Miriam was sharp that evening. Clear and present, full of the dry humor Lydia had always loved in her. She was also thinner than her last visit, and tired in a way she did her best to hide, and twice she lost the thread of what she was saying and had to be gently pointed back to it. Lydia noted each instance without comment. That was what she was here for. After supper they washed the dishes together and Lydia checked the larder properly, making a mental list. The root cellar was in reasonable order, she could tell from the look of the shelves, but several canning jars from last fall were unsealed, lined up neatly but never finished. The sight of them told Lydia more than anything else about how the winter had gone for her aunt. She said nothing about the jars. She closed the larder door and helped Miriam to her chair in the sitting room and built up the fire against the evening cool. "It's good to have someone here," Miriam murmured, already drowsy. "The house gets too quiet." "It won't be quiet for a while," Lydia said. Miriam smiled at the fire. Her eyes were already closing. The extra linens were stored in the cedar chest at the foot of the upstairs hall. Lydia's mother had mentioned them in her last letter, and Lydia went looking after she had seen Miriam settled for the night. The chest was heavier than she expected. She lifted the lid and found 2 folded quilts on top, a wedding ring pattern and a 9-patch, both clean and neatly pressed. She lifted the wedding ring quilt aside to check the shelf beneath for the sheets. The bundle was underneath the second quilt. It was wrapped in a square of unbleached cotton and tied with a ribbon that had once been blue and had faded to the color of a winter sky. The bundle was perhaps 8 inches across. Lydia picked it up and felt the slight stiffness of folded paper through the cloth. She sat back on her heels in the hall and looked at it for a moment. Then she untied the ribbon and folded back the cotton. Letters. Perhaps 20 of them, folded and stacked and held together by a second piece of ribbon. The paper had aged to ivory at the edges. The handwriting on the topmost envelope was careful and even, the letters formed with the deliberate neatness of someone who had learned penmanship and took the effort seriously. The name in the upper left corner was Daniel Schrock. Lydia did not know this name. She turned the envelope over. The wax seal had been opened at some point and pressed back, or perhaps it had simply dried and released. She did not open it. She sat in the hall with the bundle in her lap and the house quiet around her and told herself she should put it back. She should put it back and go to bed, and in the morning, she would ask her aunt about it in the most ordinary way possible. She turned the envelope over again. Daniel Schrock. She opened it. The letter was dated March, 1991. The salutation read, "My dear M." The handwriting inside matched the envelope, careful and unhurried. She read the first paragraph. He was writing from his father's farm, he said. The planting was late because of the wet spring. He hoped she was keeping well and that her cold had improved. He had been thinking about their conversation after the last singing, and he wanted to say that he had meant everything he said, without reservation, and he hoped she believed him. Lydia stopped reading. She folded the letter back along its original creases and set it on top of the stack. She tied the ribbon. She wrapped the bundle in its cloth and placed it back on top of the quilts in the cedar chest. She sat on the floor of the hall for a little while longer, looking at nothing. Then she found the sheets on the lower shelf where her mother had said they would be, made up the narrow bed in the guest room, and lay down in the dark. The house settled around her with the small sounds of old wood and the distant call of a nighthawk out over the fields. She listened to it for a long time before sleep came. The quilting frolic was the following afternoon at the Brenneman farm 2 miles up the road. Lydia had heard about it in a note from her mother tucked into the last letter before her arrival. The Brenneman family was finishing a quilt for their oldest daughter's hope chest, and several women of the district had been invited to help complete it. It was the kind of gathering that served two purposes at once. The quilt got finished, and everyone learned that Lydia Kauffman was back. She walked the 2 miles in the early afternoon heat, her black bonnet doing little against the sun on her shoulders. The Brenneman farm was busy when she arrived, a buggy in the lane and voices coming from the open barn doors. She found 8 women settled around a large quilting frame in the cooler end of the barn, needles moving, conversation flowing without urgency. The older women made room for her without fuss. She was given a needle and thread and a spot at the corner nearest the door. She had been there perhaps 20 minutes when she noticed the frame was sitting unevenly. The left front corner was fractionally low, the whole surface tilted just enough that the work was pulling against the grain. She mentioned it to the woman beside her, an older neighbor named Vera Neufeld who had known Lydia since she was in pinafores. "Oh, we noticed," Vera said. "The floor is uneven there. We have been managing." Lydia looked at the corner. The leg needed a shim, something flat and thin. She was about to say so when movement at the barn doorway caught her eye. A man came in, carrying a rope coil over one shoulder, heading toward the back of the barn. He was tall, dark-haired, wearing the plain clothes of the district, a wide-brimmed hat pushed back slightly from his forehead. He paused when he saw the quilting frame, registered the tilt of it with one quick glance, and changed direction without being asked. He went to the workbench along the barn wall and spent a moment looking through the scrap box. He found a flat wedge of wood, perhaps the width of his palm, and brought it to the corner. He crouched and fitted the shim beneath the leg, testing its position with 2 fingers on the frame surface above. The tilt did not fully correct. He went back to the workbench and returned with a thin piece of card, which he doubled over the shim. He was fitting it into place when Lydia moved to the corner and crouched across from him to hold the frame leg steady from the other side. He looked up. She looked up at the same moment, and for a breath they were both still, close enough that she could see the slight dust on the brim of his hat and the way his eyes, which were dark brown and direct, registered her presence with something that was not quite surprise. "Samuel Miller," Vera said from above them, in a tone that suggested she was enjoying herself. "You remember Lydia Kauffman, Eli's daughter?" "I remember," he said. He looked at her a moment longer before looking back at the shim. "Hold that steady." She held it steady. He adjusted the card, then pressed the shim fully into place, and the frame settled level. They both stood. He was a head taller than she was. He picked up the rope coil from where he had set it on the floor. "Good," Vera said, drawing her needle through the quilt. "Now we can see what we are doing." "Is the frame yours?" Lydia asked Samuel, because it was a reasonable thing to ask and also because she wanted to hear him say something more before he walked away. "It was my mother's. The Brennemans borrowed it for the season." A pause settled over the corner of the barn. She became aware of the attention of 8 women distributed around the frame, every one of them making stitches with great concentration. "You're back, then," he said. Not a question. "For a while?" "Yes. For however long my auntie needs." He nodded. He looked at her once more, something measured and straightforward in it, not rude, just a man deciding what he thought about something. Then he said he was glad she was back, picked up the rope coil, and walked to the back of the barn. Lydia sat back down at the corner of the frame. She picked up her needle. Vera, beside her, was examining her stitching with great interest and saying nothing at all, which was its own kind of comment. Lydia threaded her needle and went to work on the quilt and did not think about Samuel Miller's eyes. She thought about them a little. That evening, before the light was gone, she walked the outside of the farmhouse and made her list. The loose baluster on the porch railing. The dead herbs in the window box. The weedy patch along the east edge of the kitchen garden. The unsealed jars in the larder. The questions she had not yet asked. She stood at the edge of the yard and looked at the lilac bushes growing along the south fence. They were past peak bloom but still carrying color, the purple heavy and fading at the tips. A warm breeze moved through them. They smelled the way she remembered, which was more than she could say for most things. She would ask Miriam tomorrow about Daniel Schrock. That was decided. The letters would stay in the cedar chest until she understood what she was looking at. She went inside, checked that the back door was latched, and climbed the stairs to the narrow room where she would be sleeping for however long this took. Through the wall she could hear her aunt's breathing, slow and even. She sat on the edge of the bed, folded her hands in her lap, and asked God for patience and clear eyes and whatever it was that had brought her back here. She thought those might all be the same thing. Chapter 2. Morning came early at the Kauffman farm. Lydia was up before 6, which was not unusual for her, and had the kitchen fire built and water heating before she heard any sound from her aunt's room. She used the quiet time to finish her larder list from memory, writing it out on the small notepad her mother had slipped into her bag along with a jar of strawberry preserves and 3 packets of dried chamomile. Her mother thought of everything except the things that actually needed thinking about, but that was a familiar complaint and not worth repeating, even to herself. The morning was already warm. June in Ohio did not waste time on gentle transitions. Lydia pushed the kitchen window open and listened to the birds working through the fields behind the house while she organized the shelves, pulling forward the jars that were properly sealed and setting aside the ones that were not. 14 jars of green beans from the previous fall, unsealed. 7 of tomatoes. 3 of apple butter, which had gone hard on the surface without a proper lid seal. She lined them up on the counter and looked at them. She was not angry at her aunt for letting things slip. The thought had not crossed her mind. She was simply taking stock of where things stood, the way you stood at the edge of a field and assessed what the winter had done before you decided what to plant. She was halfway through reorganizing the shelf when she heard Miriam in the hallway, the slow, deliberate tread of someone being careful with themselves on the stairs. Lydia went to the doorway. "I was going to bring you coffee in bed," she said. "I'm not an invalid," Miriam said pleasantly. She came into the kitchen and sat in her chair at the table with the careful ease of a woman who had learned to save her energy for things that mattered. She looked at the jars lined up on the counter. "Those need to be used up." "I know. I'll start on the beans today." "The coffee first." "Yes. The coffee first." Lydia poured 2 cups and set one in front of her aunt and took her own to the window. The sun was coming up over the east field in that way it had in early summer, the light flat and wide before it climbed high enough to have any angle to it. She drank her coffee and watched a pair of barn swallows cross the yard. Miriam was quiet for several minutes. Not an uncertain quiet, just a morning quiet. She wrapped both hands around her cup and looked out the window at the same swallows and seemed to be in no hurry about anything. This was one of the things Lydia had always respected about her. Miriam did not feel the need to fill silence. After a while she said, without emphasis, Daniel would have loved this time of year. Lydia went very still. She kept her eyes on the field and her voice level. Did you say Daniel? But the window of clarity had already moved on. Miriam was turning her cup slowly in her hands, looking at the grain of the table, and when she glanced up her expression was pleasant and slightly vague in the way that meant she had drifted again without knowing it. What was that, dear? Nothing, Auntie. I was just listening to the birds. Miriam nodded and sipped her coffee, and the name Daniel Schrock settled into the morning kitchen like something that had been waiting for the right moment to surface. The bean jars kept Lydia busy until mid-morning. She worked at the kitchen table with the back door open to the yard, snapping the oldest beans into a pot for the midday meal and setting aside anything too far gone. It was good work, the kind that kept her hands occupied and left her mind free to move. She thought about the letter. One paragraph. That was all she had read. He had meant everything he said, without reservation. He had been thinking about their conversation after the last singing. Lydia had grown up with singings, had attended dozens of them over the years, sitting on the girls' side of the long table in whichever barn was hosting and lifting her voice to the faster hymns while the evening moved toward 10 o'clock and conversation ran between the songs. She knew very well what conversations happened at singings, and between them, and on the buggy rides home afterward. She knew what a letter like that meant. My dear M. She snapped another handful of beans and added them to the pot. What she needed was not more reading, not yet. What she needed was for someone to say the name Daniel Schrock aloud without looking startled by the question. Someone old enough to remember, who was not her father, and who was not Miriam herself. She was still thinking about who that might be when she heard the buggy in the lane. It was her father. Lydia Kauffman was a tall, thin man with the careful movements of someone who had spent 40 years doing physical work without wasting any of it. He came through the back door without knocking, which was a family habit that had never changed, and he looked at the bean jars on the counter and then at Lydia and then at Miriam, who was sitting in her chair by the window working a hem, and his expression settled into something between relief and the particular wariness of a man who has been bracing himself for bad news and found it hadn't arrived yet. Good morning, he said to his sister. Eli. Miriam looked up and smiled. You're in time for coffee. I can't stay. He looked at Lydia. Walk out with me a moment. Lydia dried her hands and followed him into the yard. He stopped near the fence and looked out at the lane the way men in her family did when they were about to say something they had organized in advance. How is she? He said. Not how is the farm or how is the larder or how is the trip. How is she? She has good hours and less good hours, Lydia said. The mornings are mostly good. She went to sleep in her chair twice yesterday afternoon. Her grip is strong. She's eating lightly. He nodded, taking each of these in turn. Her mind? She drifts. She comes back. When she's present, she's entirely herself. Lydia paused, and then, because she had decided to be direct about small things before she had to be direct about large ones, she said something this morning. A name. Daniel. The change in her father was not dramatic. He did not flinch or step back or make any large movement. He simply became, for the space of 2 or 3 seconds, very still, the way a field goes still before a weather change. Then he said, She gets confused sometimes. Old memories coming up at the wrong time. Of course, Lydia said. She waited to see if he would say more. He did not. He looked once more at the lane, and then he said he would try to come by again at the end of the week, and he walked to his buggy and drove away without looking back. Lydia stood at the fence and looked at the lane for a moment after he had gone. Then she went back inside and finished the beans. That evening after supper she walked over to the Brenneman farm to use the telephone in the barn. It was a 20-minute walk in the long summer evening, the road quiet at this hour, a few vehicles passing from the direction of Millhaven but nothing that required her to step aside. She had grown up walking this road. She could have found the Brenneman barn in the dark. She called her mother. Ruth Kauffman answered on the third ring, which meant she had been near the phone shanty, which meant she had been thinking about Lydia. "How is she?" her mother said, before hello. "She's managing. The mornings are good." Lydia leaned against the barn wall and lowered her voice, though the barn was empty. "Ma'am. Who is Daniel Schrock?" The line was quiet for long enough that Lydia thought she had lost the connection. Then her mother said, in a voice that was carefully ordinary, "I don't think I know that name, Lydia." "Where did you hear it?" "From Aunt Miriam. This morning." Another pause. Shorter this time, but no less deliberate. "She gets confused sometimes. You know how it is." Those were nearly the same words her father had used. Word for word, nearly. Which meant they were words that had been agreed upon, at some point, for use in exactly this situation. "Of course," Lydia said. "I'll send word if anything changes." "You're a good girl," her mother said. "We'll come Sunday." Lydia said good night and hung up the telephone and stood in the Brenneman barn for a moment with her hand still resting on the receiver. Two people. The same words. The same slight pause before the words came. She walked home in the last of the evening light and told herself she was not going to read another letter tonight. She read two more. In the second one, dated August 1991, Daniel wrote that his father was asking questions. He was not worried, he said. He and his father had always understood each other. He thought the situation could be explained, in time, to anyone who needed to understand it. He wrote that he had been to see a doctor in Millhaven, not the district's usual man but someone his father knew who was discreet. He did not say what the doctor had told him. He said only that the future was in God's hands, as it had always been, and that he was more certain than ever of what he wanted that future to look like. Lydia put the letters away and lay in the dark and listened to the nighthawk and thought about a young man who had been careful and deliberate and very much in love, writing letters he had clearly hoped would never need explaining to anyone but the woman who received them. Saturday morning brought Samuel Miller to the lane. Lydia was hanging sheets on the line along the south side of the yard when she heard the buggy. She turned to see it slow near the gate, and Samuel climbed down and walked up the lane toward the house with the easy stride of a man who had somewhere to be and was in no hurry about getting there. "I'm going into Millhaven for a part my father needs for the cultivator," he said, stopping a few feet short of the clothesline. "The Brennemans asked me to call and see if your auntie needs anything from town." "That was kind of them." "I don't think so. I have a list building but nothing urgent today." He nodded. He looked at the sheets on the line and then at the farmhouse and then at her, and she had the impression he was taking stock of the situation in the same practical way she had. "How is she settling in?" "Your auntie." "Better than I expected, in some ways. She knew I was coming. She dressed up for it." Lydia reached for a clothespin. "She has good days." "And you?" he said. "Are you settling?" It was a plain question with no apparent agenda behind it, which was what made it worth answering honestly. She thought about it for a moment. "I'm finding my way around the larder. That's about as far as I've gotten." He almost smiled. It was in the line around his mouth, the slight easing of it, though it did not quite complete itself. "That's further than most people get on the first week." She pinned the last corner of a sheet and picked up the empty basket. He walked with her along the side of the house toward the back door without being invited to do so and without it feeling like a presumption. He simply fell into step, the way people do when they are not thinking about whether they ought to. "I'll be back through in an hour or so," he said at the door. "If your auntie needs anything from Millhaven, I can stop." "I'll ask her." He touched the brim of his hat and walked back down the lane to his buggy. She watched him from the doorway for a moment before she went inside. Miriam was awake at the kitchen table, hands folded, watching the lane with the patient interest of someone who sees everything from that chair and has learned to say very little about it. "Samuel Miller," she said. "He's a good man. His mother was, too." "You knew his mother well?" "Well enough. She's been gone 4 years now." Miriam turned back to the window. "He carries it quietly, that boy. The quiet ones always carry more than you think." Lydia set the empty laundry basket by the door and thought that was probably true of more than one person in this district. She found a reason to be near the front gate when Samuel's buggy came back through the lane an hour later. She had told herself she was checking the loose baluster on the porch railing, which was a thing that genuinely needed doing and which happened to face the lane. She had the small hammer from the toolbox in the cellar and a nail from the tin on the shelf. She was fitting the nail when she heard the horse slow. "Found what I needed," Samuel said from the buggy seat. He held up a small paper package. "Anything for your auntie?" She said to thank the Brennemans, and she doesn't need anything today. "I'll tell them." He did not move the horse on. He looked at the railing. "You'll want a longer nail for that baluster. The wood has dried out. The shorter nail won't hold." She looked at the nail in her hand, which was clearly the wrong size now that he mentioned it. "I didn't look carefully enough. There's a tin of longer ones in the cellar. Left side of the shelf as you go down, behind the lamp oil." She raised an eyebrow. "You know our cellar? My father helped your grandfather build this house. I've been down that cellar since I was 8 years old." He gathered the reins. "I'll bring the right size over Monday if you don't find them." Before she could answer, he clucked to the horse, and the buggy moved on down the lane. She went down to the cellar and found the tin exactly where he said it would be. Left side of the shelf, behind the lamp oil. She chose a longer nail and went back to fix the railing, and the whole time she was working she was thinking about the letters in the cedar chest upstairs and the name Daniel Schrock and the way her father's voice had gone careful on the telephone. She was thinking, too, about a man who knew her family's cellar from the time he was 8 years old. That evening she sat by Aunt Miriam's chair while her aunt dozed, and she read the 3rd letter. In it, Daniel wrote about the lilac garden and how in all his life he had never smelled anything that made him feel the way that garden did on a still evening. He said he thought it was because he associated it with her. He said he hoped she still walked there. He said he would, if he could. He could not, by then. Lydia understood that now. She folded the letter away and sat with it in her hands for a moment, thinking about the things that get buried under the ordinary surface of a community's life, the sorrows that nobody speaks of because speaking of them changes nothing, and everybody agrees, without saying so, that it is kinder not to speak. She was not sure she agreed. But she was not sure yet what the right thing was to do about it. She asked God to show her, in His time, and then she banked the fire and went to bed. Chapter 3. Monday morning Lydia baked bread. She had made a double batch, which filled the kitchen with the kind of warmth that does not come from the stove alone. While the loaves were still in their pans, she wrapped 2 of them in a clean cloth and set them on the table beside a jar of the apple butter she had put up from the recovered jars. She was thinking about widow Audelie Zook before she had fully decided to go. She knew the name from childhood. Audelie Zook was one of those women whose presence in a district is felt rather than announced. She was not a leader in any formal sense. She did not run the quilting circles or organize the meal rotations for church Sundays. She simply knew everything, the way certain trees know the direction of underground water. You went to Audelie Zook when you needed to understand the texture of a thing, when a name came up that the younger people in the district could not place. She was 81 years old and difficult to talk to, which was what people said when they meant that Audelie Zook told you things you had not quite asked to hear. Lydia wrapped the bread and wrote a note for Miriam, who would sleep another hour at least, and set out for the north end of the district on foot. She had not expected to meet Samuel Miller on the road. He came from the direction of his family's farm, carrying a covered basket himself, and he slowed his horse when he saw her on the road ahead. She stepped to the verge, and he pulled up beside her. Going to Widow Zook, he said, looking at the cloth-wrapped loaves under her arm. I was thinking about it. So was I. He lifted his basket slightly. My sister Clara sent preserves, and I was going to add a look at the old widow's south fence, which has needed mending since March. He paused. You can ride up if you want. It's 2 miles further. It was a practical offer, made without ceremony. She climbed up to the seat beside him, and they set off along the road without any fuss about the arrangement. The morning was already warm. On either side of the road, the fields were deep into their summer work, the corn standing head-high in the east plots, the hay lying cut and drying in the west. A red barn marked the Newfeld property, and then the road curved and the landscape opened to a stretch of older farmland where the fences were weathered, and the woodlets had been growing for 50 years without interruption. How is your auntie doing this morning? Samuel said. Well. She knew all 3 of us who were coming for Sunday dinner before we had our coats off. My mother was pleased about that. And your father? A small pause. He was glad to see her, too. He doesn't show it the same way. Samuel nodded once, the kind of nod that means understood, and left it there. She appreciated that about him already. He did not reach for more when you had given him what you meant to give. They rode the rest of the way to Widow Zook's without much conversation, which was not uncomfortable. The horse knew the road and moved along it steadily, and the morning did the work that conversation would have felt like an intrusion upon. Aunt Zook's farmhouse sat at the end of a short lane behind a stand of old maples that kept it in shade until mid-morning. The house itself was small and tight, the kind of place that had been cared for so long that the caring had become part of its structure. The kitchen garden was immaculate. The porch boards were clean. But the south fence, as Samuel had noted, leaned badly at the near corner, 3 rails loose from their posts. Widow Zook answered the door herself before they had reached the top step. She was a small woman, narrow-shouldered, with white hair pinned so precisely beneath her prayer cap that it looked as though it had not moved in decades. Her eyes were sharp and dark, and they moved over the 2 of them with the unhurried assessment of someone who has had a great deal of practice reading arrivals. Samuel Miller, she said. And Eli Kauffman's girl. The one who's been away. Lydia said. I know your name. Come in then. The kitchen was cool and dim and smelled of dried herbs and something beneath that, old wood smoke and beeswax and the smell of a house that has held the same life for a very long time. They sat at a table that was older than any of them, and Widow Zook brought tea without asking whether they wanted it. The tea was thin and too hot and served in cups that did not match. Lydia held hers carefully and looked at the woman across the table, who was looking back at her with the direct attention of someone waiting for a question to be asked correctly. We brought bread and preserves, Lydia said. And Samuel is going to look at your south fence. I see the bread. The fence can wait a minute. Widow Zook set her cup down. You're Miriam Kauffman's niece. Her brother's daughter. Yes. And you've come back to tend her. Yes. The old woman was quiet for a moment. She turned her cup once in its saucer. Then she looked at Lydia with an expression that was not unkind but was also not going to pretend to be something it was not. How is she? She said. She has good hours and harder hours. Her mornings are clearest. Yes. That's how it goes. Another turn of the cup. She always was a careful woman. Careful about what she said and careful about what she didn't say. That takes more out of a person than people think. Lydia looked at her steadily. Do you know her well? Well enough. Aunt Zook picked up her cup, sipped, and set it down again. Well enough to know that she carried things that were not hers alone to carry. That is all I will say about that. The kitchen was very quiet. Somewhere outside, a bird called twice and then stopped. I've found some old letters among her things, Lydia said. They were written by someone named Daniel Schrock. The cup went down on its saucer with a small, deliberate click. Widow Zook did not look startled. She did not look away. She looked at Lydia with the steady attention of a woman receiving news she had been half expecting for a very long time, and then she folded her hands on the table and said, in a voice that was perfectly even and perfectly final, "Some things that were put in the ground were put there with good reason." Then she asked if they would like more tea. That was all she would say. Lydia understood that no further approach was going to open that door, not today, not with Widow Zook. But the click of the cup on the saucer had told her what she needed to know. The old woman knew the name. She had known it for a long time. And she had set her cup down the way you set something down when your hands need to be still. Samuel mended the south fence while Lydia helped Widow Zook lift 3 crates of glass jars down from the high shelf in her back pantry, which the old woman could no longer reach safely from the step stool. It was useful work, and it filled the time without requiring conversation. When they left, Widow Zook stood at her door and watched them go and said nothing further, but when Lydia looked back from the end of the lane, the old woman was still standing there, and her face had in it something that might have been relief and might have been grief and was probably both. Samuel waited until they were back in the buggy and out of the lane before he spoke. "Daniel Schrock," he said. "Not a question. That name is on a tombstone in the east section of the district cemetery. He died young. I've driven past it since I was a boy. My father mentioned it once, said it was a sad business, and left it at that." Lydia turned to look at him. "How long ago did he die?" The dates on the stone put him at 28 or 29. That would have been early 90s, I think. Before I was old enough to remember much. Early 90s. She thought about the dates on the letters. March 1991. August 1991. She thought about the careful handwriting and the reference to a doctor in Millhaven and the phrase "the future is in God's hands." He was ill, she said. When he wrote the letters, he was already ill. Samuel was quiet a moment, watching the road. Then he said, "What else is in them?" "The letters." She had not planned to tell him. Not yet, not all of it. But Widow Zook's cup on its saucer was still in her ears, and her father's careful words were still in her chest, and there was something about Samuel Miller on the seat beside her, steady and unhurried and asking the question directly, that made the partial truth feel smaller than it needed to be. "There's a reference to a child," she said. "In the last letter I've read so far. He mentions it. He says the child will know, somehow, that it was loved before it was born." Samuel did not say anything immediately. He guided the horse around a slow curve in the road, and the Miller fence line came into view ahead, and still he did not speak. When he did, it was only 3 words. "Is there more?" "I haven't read all of them yet." "When you do," he said, "will you tell me?" She looked at him. He was watching the road, his hands easy on the reins, and there was nothing in his expression that was pushing. He was simply asking. "Yes," she said. "I will." He nodded once, and they rode the rest of the way in silence, which was not the same silence as before. It was a silence that held something between them now, something unnamed but present, the way an object is present in a room even when you are not looking at it directly. That afternoon, while Miriam napped, Lydia sat at the kitchen table and thought about what Samuel had said about the cemetery. She knew the east section of the district burial ground. She had walked through it as a child, reading the carved names the way children do, not with grief but with simple curiosity about the letters and the dates. She could not remember the name Schrock, but she had not been looking for it then. She was thinking about going to look when she heard the Miller buggy come down the road. She recognized the horse, a gray with a white near foreleg that was distinctive from a distance. It did not stop at the lane. It went past. But 20 minutes later it came back the other direction, and this time it slowed, and Samuel climbed down and walked up to the gate. "I went to the feed store," he said from the gate, not coming further in. "I need to tell you something, and then I need to get home." "Tell me." "My sister." He pulled off his hat and held it by the brim. "Clara. She's been going somewhere on Tuesday afternoons for weeks now. She told my father and me she was helping a neighbor with sewing. But the neighbor's wife mentioned it to me today at the feed store, in passing, that she hadn't seen Clara in a month." Lydia said nothing. She waited. I don't know yet where she's going. He turned the hat brim in his hands. I'm going to talk to her tonight. I just thought you should know, in case the district starts talking before I have the chance to address it. Why would I need to know? She said. Not sharply. Genuinely. He looked at her for a moment. Because you're part of this district now, for the season at least. And because I think you are someone who notices things and keeps what she notices to herself until she knows what to do with it. A pause. I needed to tell someone who would do that. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she nodded. I'll keep what you've told me, she said. You have my word on that. Thank you. He put his hat back on. I'll go deal with it then. He walked back to his buggy and drove away. She watched the gray horse with its white foreleg disappear around the far bend of the road. She stood at the gate for a moment, aware that two things had just happened. Samuel Miller had chosen to trust her with something that cost him to say aloud. And she had given her word in return, which was not a thing she gave carelessly. Between the two of them, quietly and without any announcement, something had shifted. It was not yet anything you could name. But it was there. That evening, Lydia sat on the porch steps after supper while the light went down over the fields. Miriam had gone to her chair inside with her knitting and was humming something low and tuneless, the way she did when the day had been good. Lydia folded her hands over her knees and looked at the lilac garden along the south fence. The blooms were fading now, the purple thinning to gray at the edges, the scent lighter than it had been that first evening. In another week they would be gone until next year. She thought about what Samuel had said on the road, that his father had called Daniel Schrock's death a sad business and left it at that. She thought about Widow Zook's hands folded on the table after the cup came down. She thought about the way her father had become very still in the yard when she said the name. A sad business. That was the phrase that got assigned to things a community decided not to look at directly. It was the phrase you used when something had happened that everyone knew about and nobody was going to discuss, because the discussing would not undo it and might very well damage the people involved in the undoing. She understood that way of thinking. She had grown up inside it. She did not think it was always wrong. But she was sitting here, on this porch, tending an old woman who had folded a name inside her heart for 30 years, and who wandered the lilac garden at dusk with a baby's blanket in her hands, asking to be remembered. And that felt like a different kind of wrong that the first wrong was supposed to prevent and had not. She asked God to show her the difference between the truth that heals and the truth that only hurts, because she was not sure she could find that line herself. Then she went inside, helped Miriam with her knitting, and did not read another letter that night. She needed to think first about what she already knew. Chapter 4. The Sunday service was held at the Brenneman farm. Lydia had arranged for Reuben's wife to sit with Miriam for the morning, and she walked to the Brenneman place in the early calm before the buggies began to arrive. She had been to hundreds of Sunday preaching services in her life. She knew the order of everything, the slow procession into the house, the men on one side and women on the other, the long opening hymn from the Osbund, then the Loblied, always the Loblied second, its ancient syllables stretched and drawn out the way they had been for 300 years. Then the kneeling prayer, the scripture reading in High German, the main sermon, another kneeling, the closing hymn. 2 hours at minimum, sometimes closer to 3. She had grown up inside this rhythm the way you grow up inside a landscape. You do not think about it while you are in it. You simply move within it, and it holds you. Today it held her differently. She sat on the women's bench near the back of the Brenneman front room, between old Hannah Neufeld and a young mother with a sleeping infant on her lap, and she let the opening hymn settle over her. The voices around her, 30 of them at least, moved through the long, slow syllables with the unhurried confidence of people who have been singing the same song in the same way their entire lives. There was no accompaniment. There never was. Just the voices, unadorned, pulling the ancient German words through the morning air. Lydia sang with them. Her voice knew the hymn without her having to think about it, and for several minutes she was simply inside it, not thinking about letters or tombstones or her father's careful stillness. Just the loblight and the light coming through the Brenneman windows and the weight of the sleeping infant across the aisle shifting gently as its mother adjusted her hold. Then her mind drifted, as it had been doing for 10 days now, to the question she had been carrying since she packed her bag and left her sister's house. She was 23 years old. In this district, most women her age had been baptized years ago. Some of her childhood friends had been baptized at 17, 18, chosen the church without apparent struggle, and moved forward into the life that followed: courtship, marriage, their own kitchens, their own children. She did not envy them exactly. She understood that what she felt watching them was not envy but a kind of recognition of how much easier the path looks from outside the choosing. The trouble was not that she did not believe. She believed. She had believed her whole life with the unexamined ease of someone who has never had reason to look at what they believe too closely. The trouble was that the examining had started, here in this farm community, in the house of an aunt who wandered a lilac garden calling after a man who had been dead for 30 years. If faith was passed down through families like good furniture, solid and useful and carrying the grain of the people who made it, then she wanted to understand the grain of hers before she committed herself to it fully. Before she stood in front of the bishop and the congregation and made the promise that could not be unmade. Was that so unreasonable? She was not sure. She was not sure about much. The loblight ended. The kneeling prayer began. She knelt with the rest of them, and the floor of the Brenneman front room was solid beneath her knees, and the morning moved forward. After the shared meal, while the older women cleared the tables and the men gathered in clusters near the barn, Lydia slipped away to the quiet room that had been set aside upstairs for wraps and bags. She had brought 3 more letters in her apron pocket, folded small, intending to find a quiet moment sometime that afternoon to read them, but now, unable to wait, she sat on the edge of the bed in that quiet room and read them while the sound of the district at rest drifted up through the floorboards. The 4th letter was dated October 1991. Daniel's tone was different here. The careful steadiness she had noticed in the earlier ones was still present, but something beneath it had shifted. The way a road looks the same, but you can feel through the soles of your feet that the ground under it has changed. He wrote that the autumn had been beautiful, and that he had watched the fields turn from the window more than he had managed to be out in them. He did not say why. He wrote about a conversation he had been meaning to have, about the future, about what seemed right and what seemed possible, and how those two things were not always the same. He asked her not to be frightened of what he was going to say. The 5th letter, written 2 months later, was shorter. His handwriting was the same, but the pressure of it had lightened, as though the pen were being held by a hand with less force behind it. He wrote that he had spoken with Bishop Lapp. He wrote that the bishop was a good man who understood more than people gave him credit for. He wrote that arrangements were being made that he believed were right, though they were the hardest thing he had ever agreed to, and that his trust was in God's care for both of them, for all 3 of them, he wrote, and the word 3 sat on the page like a stone dropped in water. Lydia read that sentence twice. All 3 of them. She sat with the letter in her lap and looked at the plain wall of the Brenneman spare room and understood that she had now passed the point of wondering whether there had been a child. There had been. Daniel Schrock had known about it before it was born, had spoken with the bishop, had agreed to arrangements whose nature she still did not fully understand. And he had written about it with a steadiness that cost him something. She could feel the cost in every careful word, because he was a man who had decided that the child's welfare mattered more than his own need to hold on. She folded the letters back along their creases and put them in her pocket. She sat quietly for another minute, asking nothing of the room except a moment to settle what she had just read. Then she went back downstairs and helped with the dishes. The singing was in the Brenneman barn that same evening. This was the custom in the district. On the Sunday of a church service, once the adults had gone home and the chores were seen to, the young people gathered in the same barn or the same yard as the morning's worship for an evening of singing. The songs at night were nothing like the slow, drawn-out hymns of the morning. These were faster, pitched to voices that wanted to move, and the barn filled quickly with the kind of noise that comes when 20 people between the ages of 16 and 25 are given permission to be loud in a good cause. Lydia was not precisely a participant. At 23, unbaptized but older than most of the singers, she occupied an in-between position that the district handled with its usual tact. She was welcomed without comment and given a useful role, helping the Brenneman daughter keep the younger girls organized and settled at the table before the singing began. It suited her. She had always been better at the edges of gatherings than at the center of them. The long table ran the length of the barn's main floor, lanterns hung at intervals above it, the boys on one side and the girls on the other in the traditional arrangement. The first song was called out by one of the older boys, an energetic hymn that the whole table took up immediately, the voices finding each other and rising. Between songs there was talking and the occasional eruption of laughter from one end of the table or the other, and the smell of hay and warm bodies and the sweetness of a summer night coming in through the open barn doors. Samuel was there as she had expected he might be. She had seen him arrive with his sister Clara, who took her place at the girls' side of the table with the ease of someone who knew exactly where she belonged, at least in the setting. Samuel stationed himself along the barn wall on the men's side, where the older unmarried men and the occasional married one who had come to supervise stood or sat on hay bales with their arms folded. He was not the only man there in his mid-20s, but he was one of the few who had the settled quality of someone attending to more than the singing. He watched his sister with a care that was not quite worry and not quite surveillance. Something in between, the watchfulness of a man who loves someone and is not sure what to do with that love when it becomes inconvenient. Lydia noticed all of this from the Brenneman daughter's side, where she was untangling a disagreement between two girls about who had called the last song. The singing ran until the lanterns had burned down some and the youngest participants were beginning to flag. At a little past 10, the Brenneman father appeared at the barn door to signal the formal end of things. The table broke into smaller groups, voices dropping to the more personal register of individual conversation, boys edging toward girls they had been watching all evening from across the table. This was the part Lydia had always found most interesting to observe. The negotiation of it. Who moved toward whom, and with what degree of ease or visible effort? She was not watching Samuel. She had moved to the near end of the barn to collect a forgotten shawl from the peg by the door, and she was simply standing there for a moment before she went back inside the house to check on the younger children. That was all. He came and stood beside her. He did not say anything at first. He looked out at the dark fields beyond the barn doors the same way she was looking, and for a moment they were just two people standing at the edge of a lit space with the night in front of them. "You look like someone who's been reading something difficult," he said. She almost smiled. "Is it that obvious? You've had a particular expression since after dinner. The kind that means you're still somewhere else." She was quiet for a moment. In the barn behind them, someone called out a song, and several voices took it up again, unofficial now, 3 or 4 of the older teenagers who were not ready for the evening to end. The melody moved out through the open doors and dissolved into the warm dark. "I read more of the letters this afternoon," she said. "During the quiet time upstairs." "And?" She thought about how to say it precisely. She had been turning it over since the spare room, and she still had not found the phrasing that felt exactly right. He knew about the child. Before it was born. He had spoken with the bishop and agreed to some kind of arrangement. He called it the hardest thing he had ever agreed to. Samuel was quiet. The singing behind them rose and fell. He shifted his weight slightly, and his arm was close enough to hers that she was aware of the proximity without it meaning anything beyond that, just closeness, the ordinary closeness of two people standing in the same doorway. "The dates on his tombstone," Samuel said. "I've been trying to remember them since Monday. I think he died in the spring. March or April, something like that." "He wrote in December that arrangements were being made," Lydia said. "The next letter after that is the one in the weaker handwriting. He was getting worse." "So, the child was born," Samuel said, working it through quietly, "and placed somewhere, and then he died. In that order." "I think so." "Yes." He exhaled slowly. Not a sigh exactly. More the breath of someone absorbing weight. "And your auntie has been here all these years. In that house. In that house. With that garden." Lydia looked out at the dark. "She walks in it at dusk. She holds a baby's blanket when she does." Samuel said nothing to that. There was nothing useful to say to it, and he seemed to know that. He simply stood there, which was the right thing. Inside the barn the informal singing was winding down. 2 of the older boys came past them through the doorway, heading to their buggies, touching their hat brims as they went. Clara Miller appeared briefly in Lydia's line of sight, talking to a girl from the Neufeld family, her posture easy and her expression bright, a girl who had no idea that her brother was standing 10 feet away in the doorway carrying something heavy. Lydia was looking at Clara when she became aware that Samuel had turned slightly toward her. Not much. Just enough that the angle between them had changed. She looked back at him and found him watching her with an expression she had not seen from him before, something more open than his usual steadiness, something that was considering her rather than considering the situation they were both in. Neither of them said anything. Then Clara called out from inside the barn, asking if anyone had seen her second shawl, and the moment resolved itself into ordinary noise and movement. Samuel straightened and said he had better get his sister home. "Good night," Lydia said. "Good night." He touched the brim of his hat. Then, before he turned away, he said, "The faith you're not sure about yet. It's still there. It's in how you read those letters. The care you're taking with what they mean." He walked back into the barn before she could find an answer to that. She stood in the doorway for a moment after he had gone, aware of the night behind her and the lantern light ahead and the space in between where she was standing, not quite inside and not quite out. She thought about what he had said. She thought about faith being in how you read something, in the care you give to what you hold. She thought it was either the most useful thing anyone had said to her in a year and a half, or she was tired, and the night was warm, and she was reading too much into a sentence spoken at the end of a long day. She was not sure which. But she walked home along the night road thinking about it, and the stars were very clear above the Ohio fields. She did not feel, for the first time in a long time, like someone carrying a question with no floor to it. Chapter 5. The Neufeld barn raising was on a Thursday, which was how Lydia found herself standing in a yard full of people she had known her whole life, feeling like someone who had only just arrived. It was not an unpleasant feeling. More like putting on a coat that still fits but needs a moment to settle back onto your shoulders. The district was going about its work with the efficiency of people who have done this kind of thing many times and do not need to discuss the doing of it. The men had the frame of the new equipment shut up by mid-morning, working in crews of 4 and 5, passing lumber and calling measurements and moving around each other with the unhurried coordination of long practice. The women had established themselves around the long tables in the shade of the old maples along the east side of the yard, where the midday meal was taking shape with the same wordless organization. Lydia had come with Miriam's neighbor Vera Neufeld, whose husband was among the men lifting the frame. She had left Miriam at home with a good morning behind her, a clear hour and a full breakfast, and the assurance of Reuben's wife coming by at noon. She had carried a pot of bean soup and a pan of cornbread down the road and deposited them at the food tables and been handed a bread knife and a task before she had finished saying good morning to anyone. She did not mind. She was good at tasks. Tasks were a useful place to put your attention when your mind wanted to go somewhere that would not help you. The morning moved in the way of such gatherings, steadily, with the comfortable sound of hammers and voices and children being redirected from underfoot toward the margins of the yard. Lydia sliced bread and refilled water jugs and listened to the conversation around the food tables without needing to contribute much to it. She was watching the yard. She did this deliberately. Not conspicuously, she hoped, but with the focused attention of someone running an inventory. She watched the bishop move among the men, pausing here and there to speak, his presence a kind of quiet anchor around which the work organized itself. She watched the deacons. She was watching for anyone whose behavior shifted when her name came up, or when someone mentioned Miriam, or when the Kauffman family was referenced in any way. She had been watching for perhaps an hour when she found what she was looking for, though it was not what she had expected to find. Deacon Rudy Bender was 60 years old and had been a deacon in the district for more than 20 years. He was a steady, quiet man with a reputation for fairness and a particular skill for keeping disputes from escalating past the point where they could be managed privately. Lydia had always thought of him the way you think of certain pieces of furniture, solid, reliable, present without demanding attention. He was at the far end of the yard splitting kindling for the cooking fire, which was honest work and not suspicious in any way. But when two of the older women at the food table mentioned Lydia's name in passing, noting that she was Miriam Kauffman's niece come back to tend her, Deacon Bender's axe came down on a piece of wood with a timing that was one beat off from the rhythm he had been keeping. It was nothing. Less than nothing, if you were not watching. But Lydia was watching. He did not look at her. He looked at the wood, and then at the bishop, who was 30 feet away with his back turned, and then at the wood again. The axe came down. He did not change his expression or his posture. He went back to his rhythm and did not falter again. But she had seen it. She filed it away the way she had been filing everything, carefully, without yet knowing exactly where it would fit or what it would tell her when she had enough pieces together. The deacon had known the name Schrock, or known the situation, or known something connected to it. He was old enough. He had been a young deacon when Daniel Schrock died. She thought about what that might mean. She thought about it while she sliced more bread, while she helped a young mother settle a fussing toddler, while she carried a fresh pot of coffee to the men's table at the midday break. She thought about it carefully, and then she put it aside, because thinking about it while surrounded by the same people the thinking concerned was not the place for it. There would be time later. There was always time later. She had brought the letters to the barn raising in her apron pocket. This was not a plan, exactly. She had simply picked them up from the cedar chest that morning out of the habit that had grown over the past 2 weeks of keeping them close, the way you carry something you are not done with yet. She had not intended to read them here. But in the mid-afternoon lull, when the men had gone back to the frame and the women had settled into the slower work of the afternoon, she slipped away to the quiet end of the Neufeld garden where a wooden bench sat against the fence in full sun and nobody was likely to come. She unfolded the last letter. She had been rationing them, reading 1 or 2 at a time, giving herself space between each one to absorb what it had told her before moving to the next. There were 3 left. She had decided this morning that she would read the last one today, because she needed to know the shape of the whole before she could decide what to do about any of it, if anything. The last letter was not from Daniel. That was the first thing she understood, unfolding it. The handwriting was different, rounder, more uncertain, pressing harder on the page as though the writer was not entirely comfortable with the task. The date was January 1993. The salutation was not "My dear M." It simply began, "Miriam." It was from Miriam herself. Not sent. Never sent. Written and folded and kept, the way you sometimes write what you cannot say aloud because the saying of it is the thing you need, not the receiving. Lydia understood this kind of writing. She had done it herself. She read it slowly. Miriam had written to the baby. Not to Daniel, not to her family, not to anyone who could write back. To the child she was going to give up in a matter of days or weeks, judging by the date and what Lydia now knew of the timeline. She wrote that she was sorry he would not know his father, who had been a good man with a better mind than most people recognized. She wrote that the decision had been made by people who loved her and believed they were protecting her, and that she did not blame any of them, though she thought the cost of protection was something they had perhaps not fully understood before they agreed to it. She wrote that she had chosen a name for him, a name she had carried in her since she first knew he was coming, and that she was going to write it down here where no one else would see it because she needed it to exist somewhere outside of her own chest. Jonas. She had named him Jonas, knowing in her heart it would be a boy, and she had wrapped a photograph of the lilac garden in his blanket so that he would have something green wherever he went, and she had asked God to find him well each spring. Lydia sat in the afternoon sun with the letter in her lap for a long time. Long enough that a robin came and regarded her from the fence post 3 feet away before deciding she was not interesting and moving on. She folded the letter back along Miriam's crease lines, the same one she had made 30 years ago on a January day Lydia could not imagine. She put it with the others. She sat for another minute. Then she stood up, smoothed her apron, and went back to help with the supper preparations. The trouble with Clara Miller surfaced at the supper table, as such things tend to surface, sideways, and in front of more people than anyone would have chosen. Lydia was at the far end of the women's table when she heard the name, spoken by 2 women sitting together 2 places down from her. She did not know either of them well. One was a Neufeld daughter-in-law, recently come to the district from a neighboring county. The other was Vera, who knew everything and usually kept most of it to herself. The Neufeld daughter-in-law was not as practiced in discretion. "Someone saw her at the Hartmann place again Tuesday," the woman said, her voice low but not low enough, leaning toward Vera with the angle of someone sharing something they know they ought not to share. The dairy farm on the county road, the English side. I wouldn't speak about it, Vera said, in the tone she used when she meant exactly that. Well, but people are noticing. And her brother is such a good man. It seems a shame for the family to have this kind of. People noticing is the problem, not the solution, Vera said flatly. She saw Lydia and gave her a look that was both apology and warning in one. Lydia kept her eyes on her plate. She had heard enough. Clara Miller. Tuesday afternoons. The Hartmon Dairy Farm on the English side of the county road. She thought about what Samuel had told her at the gate last week, his voice quiet and his hat in his hands. She thought about the promise she had given him. She did not react. She did not look toward the men's tables where Samuel was sitting. She finished her meal and helped clear the plates and said appropriate things to appropriate people and waited. Samuel found her when the gathering was breaking up, people collecting their pots and their children and making their way to the buggies. He came to where she was folding the cloth that had covered her cornbread pan and he said, without preamble, that he could drive her home if she had not arranged otherwise. I was going to walk, she said. It's 4 miles. I know how far it is. He waited. She picked up her pot. Yes, all right. They drove out of the Newfeld yard in the last of the evening light, the road quiet at this hour, the fields going golden on either side. She told him what she had heard at the supper table. Not the names of who had said it, but the substance. Clara's name had been mentioned, Tuesday afternoons, the Hartmon farm. Samuel kept his eyes on the road. His hands on the reins did not tighten, which told her the news was not a surprise to him, only the public nature of it. How far has it spread? He said. Far enough that a woman who arrived from another district 3 months ago already knows it. He exhaled slowly. She watched the muscle in his jaw settle. I talked to Clara last week, he said. She told me his name. Joel Hartmon. He's 17. His family farms the property on the county road boundary. A pause. She said he hasn't pressured her to do anything. That he asked to come and speak to my father properly. He looked at the road. I don't know yet what to do about that part. What did you say to her when she told you? I said I needed time to think. He glanced at her. I know that's not an answer. It's an honest one. The road curved and the Miller lane came into view in the distance. They had perhaps 2 minutes before he would need to turn onto it. Lydia thought about the last letter in her apron pocket, Miriam's handwriting, the name Jonas written down to make it real. She thought about the weight of things kept too long in silence. I read the last letter today, she said. He turned to look at her properly. And? It was written by my aunt. Not by Daniel. To the baby. She named him, in the letter, because she needed the name to exist somewhere. She looked at her hands on the pot in her lap. She put a photograph of the lilac garden in with him when he was placed so he would have something green. I have no idea where she would have gotten a photograph. Samuel said nothing for a moment. The horse moved steadily forward. Then Lydia said, He's out there somewhere. He's about 30 years old. He grew up not knowing where he came from, and she grew up not knowing where he went. It came out more plainly than she had intended, all the weight of the past 3 weeks in it. She had been measured and careful, and she was tired of being only that. The evening was warm and the road was quiet, and she was carrying Miriam's January letter and the name Jonas and the image of a woman wrapping a photograph in a baby's blanket, and it was a great deal to carry alone. Samuel reached over and put his hand over hers on the pot. It was not a studied gesture. She could tell from the slight hesitation in it that it surprised him as much as it surprised her. His hand was warm and the grip was brief, and he withdrew it almost immediately, straightening on the seat and returning his attention to the road as though the movement had not happened. But it had happened. And neither of them said anything about it, which was its own kind of acknowledgement. He turned the buggy into his lane. She climbed down with her pot and her cornbread cloth and told him good night. He told her good night. She walked the remaining half-mile to Miriam's farm in the dark and noticed that her hands were still warm. Chapter 6. Bishop Troyer came to the Miller farm on a Friday morning. Samuel saw the buggy from the upper field where he was mending a stretch of fence that had heaved during the spring thaw and never been properly reset. He recognized the horse at a distance, a solid black with a white blaze, one of the most recognizable animals in the district. He sat down his post driver and came down through the field at a steady pace, not hurrying, which would have looked like alarm, but not lingering either. The bishop was at the front porch by the time Samuel reached the yard. He had not gone inside. He was standing with his hat in his hands, which was a courtesy, and he turned when he heard Samuel's boots on the gravel and gave him the kind of nod that meant this was not a social call but was not an emergency either. It occupied a careful middle ground that Samuel had learned over the years to read accurately. "Good morning, Bishop." "Samuel. Is your father about?" "He's in the barn with the farrier." "I can get him." "I'll speak with you first, if you're willing." Samuel gestured toward the 2 chairs on the porch. They sat. His mother had put those chairs there the year she died, plain oak things she had painted a dark green. They had weathered 4 summers since and were still solid. The bishop set his hat on his knee and looked at the yard for a moment. He was not a man who used silence to make people uncomfortable. He used it to give himself room to say what he had come to say precisely. "There have been 2 reports," he said. "About your sister Clara. Both from people I have no reason to doubt." He looked at Samuel. "The Hartman Dairy Farm on the county road. She's been seen there on Tuesday afternoons." Samuel kept his expression level. "I know about it." A slight shift in the bishop's posture. Not surprise exactly, but a recalibration. "You've spoken to her?" "I have. His name is Joel Hartman. He's 17. Clara tells me he's treated her respectfully and that he asked to come and speak to my father properly." Samuel paused. "I haven't let him do that yet. I'm still working out what I think." Bishop Troyer was quiet for a moment, looking at the yard again. A hen crossed the gravel with the unconcerned purpose of hens and disappeared around the corner of the house. "Your family's standing in this district is good," the bishop said. "Your father has served faithfully for many years. I have no wish to see that complicated by something that can still be addressed quietly before it requires more formal attention." He looked back at Samuel. "I'm not here to issue warnings or to record anything. I'm here to tell you that the quiet window is open now and may not stay open indefinitely." "I understand," Samuel said. "She is not baptized," the bishop continued. "Her choices carry less weight before the church than they would after. But the district notices, and the district remembers. The family's name is carried by everyone in it." "I know that." "I thought you did." The bishop stood, put his hat back on, and looked at Samuel with an expression that was neither harsh nor particularly soft but was entirely serious. "Talk to her again. And I'll leave you to talk to your father since you were already aware. He should know." "Yes." The bishop nodded once and went back to his buggy. Samuel watched him drive out of the yard. Then he sat on the porch in his mother's green chair for another minute before he stood and went back to the fence. He sent his father to bed after supper with the excuse that the farrier's work had worn the older man out, which was not untrue. His father was tired. He was also shrewd enough to know when Samuel wanted the kitchen to himself, and he went without making an event of it. Clara stayed at the table. She had known something was coming since she saw the bishop's buggy in the yard that morning. She was 17, not foolish, and she had grown up in a house where certain kinds of quiet meant certain kinds of conversations were being organized. She sat across from Samuel and folded her hands on the table and looked at him the way she used to look at him when she was small and had done something for which she was not entirely sorry. "Bishop Troyer came today," Samuel said. "I saw the buggy. He's heard about the Hartman farm." 2 separate reports. Clara's expression moved through something, not quite fear and not quite defiance, a more complicated register than either. She looked at her hands. I didn't think it would stay quiet. It never does. A silence settled. The kitchen was dim at this hour, one lamp on the table between them, and outside the evening was doing what June evenings do, going slowly golden and then slowly not. Samuel had been in this kitchen his whole life, and it had never felt so much like a room where things were decided. He hasn't done anything wrong, Joel, Clara said. Her voice was steady but quieter than usual. He's been careful and honest, and when I told him people might notice, he said that was my call to make, not his. He's never pushed me toward anything. I believe you. She looked up. He had not said that to her yet, and she seemed to understand the weight of it. The bishop said the family's name is carried by everyone in it, Samuel said. You know that's true. I know. I need you to understand that I'm not telling you to stop, though I'd like to. He held her gaze. I'm asking you to understand what it costs. Not just you. All of us. And I'm asking you to think about what you want from this life before you get further down a road that's harder to come back from than it looks from the start of it. Clara was quiet for a long moment. The lamp between them sent its small circle of light across the table. Is it wrong to want someone to see me? She said. Not combatively. Just a question she had clearly been carrying a long time. Not the Miller girl, not the sister who lost her mam young. Just me? Samuel did not have a quick answer for that. He had been expecting resistance or apology or argument. He had not been expecting the honesty of that question, which landed in the kitchen with a weight that was entirely its own. That is not wrong, he said carefully. But it is also not something only an English boy can give you. I know that too, she said. I'm not running away. I just wanted someone to notice I was here. He sat with that. He thought about their mother, who had noticed everything and said so. He thought about the 4 years since she died, and how the house had gone quieter in certain ways that had nothing to do with noise. He thought about how he had filled the silence with work and routine and the management of Clara's welfare from the outside and had perhaps not thought carefully enough about the inside. I notice, he said. I'm not good at saying so. I'm going to work on that. Clara looked at him for a moment. Then she stood and took the lamp to the counter and began washing the supper dishes, which was her way of saying the conversation was not over, but she needed a minute. He picked up a cloth and dried without being asked. They finished the dishes in silence, which was a different silence than the one at the beginning of the evening. Lydia went to her parents on Saturday afternoon. She had thought carefully about how to approach it, more carefully than the first visit, and she had decided that careful was the wrong strategy. She hadn't been able to put it down, though she knew it wasn't her business. Not exactly. Still, when she looked at her aunt, when she listened to her restless, heartfelt ramblings, when she saw the look of loss on her face, she simply couldn't put it down. Somehow, she wanted to bring peace, to bring some sort of closure to her aunt. She had the county record information in her mind, the name Graber, and she had Miriam's letter with its name and its photograph and its January date, and she had been circling these facts for 2 weeks with the delicacy of someone handling something that might break. She was tired of delicacy. She needed to know the shape of the whole thing, and the only person who could give her that was her father. She walked the 2 miles to her parents' farm in the afternoon heat. Her mother was in the garden and looked up when she saw Lydia coming up the lane, and something in her expression went careful in a way Lydia had learned to read. Your date is in the harness shop, her mother said. I know. I came to talk to him. Her mother did not follow her. She was not sure whether that was cowardice or courtesy and decided it didn't matter. Eli was at his bench, tooling a strip of leather with the patient repetition of a man who uses craft to order his thoughts. He looked up when she came through the door and set the tool down without being asked. He knew by her face that this was not a passing visit. I found the county record, Lydia said. She stood in the doorway of the harness shop and said it plainly because she had decided plain was what this needed. The adoption filing from 1993. The placement family was named Graber, from Millhaven. The mother was listed as Miriam K. Eli looked at his hands on the bench. He did not speak. I also read Aunt Miriam's letter. The one she wrote to the baby and never sent. The one that is in the cedar chest with Daniel's letters. A long silence. The shop smelled of leather oil and sawdust. Outside, a horse moved in the paddock and the fence boards creaked. She named him Jonas, Lydia said. She put a photograph of the lilac garden in his blanket when he was placed. Eli turned away from the bench. He went to the small window that looked out over the back paddock and stood with his hands at his sides. From behind him she could see the set of his shoulders, the effort that was in them. I did what was asked of me, he said. His voice was not defensive. It was tired, and underneath the tiredness was something older and heavier. Daniel asked me. The bishop asked me. Your grandfather agreed. I was 24 years old, and the people I respected most in the world were asking me to help protect my sister, and I did what they asked. I know, Lydia said. I'm not accusing you of anything. Daniel was dying, Eli said. He knew it by the autumn. He knew it, and he was still thinking about her welfare and the child's welfare before his own. That was the kind of man he was. His voice was rougher now. The Grabers were decent people. The bishop knew them. The child went to a home that wanted him. He grew up not knowing where he came from, Lydia said. And Aunt Miriam has spent 30 years in that garden asking God to send her news that he's well. Eli was quiet for a long time. Long enough that the horse outside moved, and the fence creaked again, and the afternoon went on around them without caring what they were deciding. There is a man named Nathaniel Graber, Lydia said quietly. He runs a hardware store in Millhaven. He's been there 10 years. He's about 30 years old. She paused. I think he may be the child. Eli turned from the window. His face was difficult to read, which was unusual for him. If you go looking for trouble, he said, you will find it. I'm not looking for trouble, Lydia said. I'm looking for a man who has been carrying a question his whole life, and an old woman who never stopped wondering about the answer to it. He did not argue. He sat on the edge of his workbench and looked at the leather in his hands and said nothing for a while. Then he said, Be careful, Lydia. It ain't your affair. There are people in this district whose peace depends on this staying quiet. I know, she said. I am being careful. She walked back to Miriam's farm in the long afternoon, thinking about her father's face at the window. There had been something in it she had not seen before. Not just guilt, which she had expected, but the weariness of a man who has been the keeper of someone else's sorrow for 30 years and has begun to wonder whether keeping it has helped anyone at all. Samuel was at the lane end when she passed the Miller farm on her way back, which she thought was coincidence until she remembered that Samuel Miller did not traffic in coincidence. He had been replacing a post. The tools were beside him on the ground. He straightened when he saw her and waited. How did it go? He said. He told me things. Not everything, I think, but more than before. She stopped at the fence. He confirmed that Daniel knew about the child before it was born. That the Grabers were chosen by the bishop. That my grandfather agreed. She looked at him. He knows about Nathaniel Graber. He didn't say so, but he knew the name before I said it. Samuel leaned against the new post and looked down the lane toward the fields. So, the family has known all along who took the child. They just never made contact. They kept the boundary the bishop drew. I think my father believes it was the right thing to do. She paused. I'm not sure he believes it the way he used to. Samuel looked at her. What do you want to do now? She had been thinking about this since the harness shop, on the whole walk back. She had been thinking about Miriam's January letter and the photograph in the blanket and the name Jonas written down to make it real. She had been thinking about a man in a hardware store in Millhaven who had a question he had been carrying his whole life. I want to go to Millhaven, she said. To the place where the English keep such records. I want to see the adoption for myself, not just the name from my father's face. And I want to know if what we think is true is actually true before anything else happens. Samuel picked up his post driver from the grass. He turned it once in his hands the way he sometimes turned a thing over before he agreed to it. "I can take you on Monday," he said. "I'll tell the Brennemans I'm going in for a cultivator part." She looked at him steadily. She knew what that small dishonesty cost a man like Samuel Miller, and she did not take it lightly. "Are you sure?" she said. "I said I would help you find the truth." He met her gaze and held it. "That was a promise, Lydia. I don't make them loosely." She held his gaze for a moment. The afternoon light was long and warm across the field behind him, and the post he had just set stood straight and solid in the ground, and she thought that this was what Samuel Miller was, the thing that goes in straight and holds. "Monday, then," she said. "Monday." He picked up his tools. Then, without turning back, he said, "Your father. Was he unkind to you?" "No," she said. "He was honest." "That's harder sometimes." Samuel nodded, still not looking at her. "Yes. It is." She walked the rest of the way to Miriam's farm with the evening settling in around her and the sound of Samuel's work resuming behind her, the steady knock of the post driver finding its rhythm again, unhurried and sure. Chapter 7. Monday came in clear and already warm by 7:30. Lydia was at the gate with her bag by the time Samuel turned the buggy into the lane. She had been up since 5, had done Miriam's breakfast and the morning chores and settled her aunt with her knitting by the window before Reuben's wife arrived to sit. She had done all of this with the efficient speed of a woman who has something ahead of her and does not want to be late for it. Samuel pulled up without comment. She climbed to the seat beside him, and he turned the horse back toward the road. They did not speak much for the first mile. The county road was quiet at this hour, only one truck passing them before they reached the edge of the district, and the driver gave them the small courteous nod that people in this part of Ohio had learned over generations to extend to a horse and buggy. Samuel drove with the unhurried steadiness she had come to expect from him, the reins easy in his hands, his attention on the road without appearing to work at it. The Brennemans had been told he was collecting a cultivator part. Lydia had not been mentioned. She sat with her bag on her lap and her hands folded over it and watched the landscape shift as they moved from the district's familiar fields into the wider geography of the county. The farms here were different in small ways, the fence lines less tidy, the woodlots older, a rusted grain bin that no Amish farmer would have left in that condition leaning against a bank near the road. She noticed these things the way you notice the edges of the world you know. "You're sure about this?" Samuel said, about halfway to Millhaven. He was not asking her to reconsider. He was asking whether she had considered it enough to be certain. "I'm sure." She looked at the road. "I've been sure since I read the county record reference in the last letter." She gave the address of the placement family's town. She wrote it in the margin of the letter, very small. I think she wanted to know it was there even if she never looked at it again. Samuel was quiet for a moment. She wrote down where he went. She wrote down where he went. He said nothing further. There was nothing to add. The outskirts of Millhaven appeared in the familiar way of small Ohio County towns, a grain elevator first, then a scattering of houses with vegetable gardens and above-ground pools, then the feed supply on the right and the pharmacy on the left and the old limestone courthouse at the center of the square. Samuel drove to the courthouse block without needing direction and stopped the horse at the hitching rail on the near side, which the county maintained as a courtesy to the Amish community and which was used often enough that the rail was worn smooth with use. The county records office was on the ground floor of the courthouse, down a corridor that smelled of floor wax and old paper and the institutional stillness of rooms where things are filed and kept. Lydia had not been inside the courthouse before. She walked beside Samuel through the corridor and noticed how the fluorescent lights above them hummed in a way she found faintly unpleasant, a sound that belonged to the English world and reminded her, each time she encountered it, that she was visiting. The woman at the records counter was perhaps 45, with reading glasses on a chain around her neck and the brisk efficiency of someone who manages a great deal of information and has learned not to be curious about any of it. She looked at them over the counter, registered their plain dress without reaction, and asked how she could help. "We're looking for adoption placement records," Lydia said. "From 1992 or 1993. A private placement, handled through the county. Some of those records aren't available to the public. But if the one you're looking for is, you'll find it down that way. The woman directed them to a reading room off the main corridor, a small space with a table and 2 chairs and a window that looked out onto the courthouse yard where a maple was beginning to show the first faint yellowing of midsummer heat. She brought them a ledger and an index card file and told them she would be at the desk if they needed further assistance. She showed no interest in why they were there, which was a relief Lydia had not anticipated feeling quite so strongly. They worked through the index cards together, Lydia reading the surnames, Samuel moving the cards. They found it in the 1993 folder, near the back. The filing was brief. Private placement, arranged through the county office with the consent of both parties. The birth mother was listed as Miriam K., the case standing alone for Kauffman in a discretion that had been extended 30 years ago and held. The placement family was listed in full, Warren and Patricia Graber, of Millhaven, Ohio. The child was a boy. Born December 1992. The given name on the placement record was Nathan, later Nathaniel, amended in a second-hand a year after the original filing. Lydia read the entry twice. Then she sat back in the chair and looked at the maple through the window and let the information settle. Samuel was still looking at the card. He had gone very still in the way that meant he was working through something. "Graber," he said. "It is as you thought." The reading room was very quiet. Outside, a car moved through the courthouse square and someone somewhere in the building let a door fall shut, and then the quiet came back. "It is as I thought." "He would be about 30, right?" Lydia asked. "I'd put him at 30, 31. Something like that." Samuel looked at the card again. Born December 1992 matches. Lydia looked at the entry one more time, fixing the details, Warren and Patricia Graber, Millhaven. Nathan, amended to Nathaniel. December 1992. Then she closed the ledger carefully and pushed back her chair. "We should put this back exactly as we found it," she said. "Yes." They replaced the ledger and the index file in the order they had found them and thanked the woman at the desk. They walked back out through the corridor and into the courthouse yard, where the light was bright after the indoor dimness, and the maple was doing its quiet work in the heat. Lydia stood on the courthouse steps for a moment while her eyes adjusted. Samuel stood beside her. Neither of them spoke for a moment. A pigeon landed on the hitching rail near the buggy and regarded the horse with the calm disinterest of a town bird. "He's been here all along," Lydia said. "He's been doing business with half the district for 10 years and nobody knew." "Nobody who was looking," Samuel said quietly. "The people who did know were keeping the boundary the bishop drew 30 years ago. And he has no idea." Samuel was quiet. "We don't know that. We know he was told he came from an Amish family in the county. He might have wondered. He might have asked questions that went nowhere. He looked at the hitching rail. Or he might have decided not to look." Lydia thought about that. She thought about a person who grows up knowing they were adopted and knowing their origins were Amish and knowing they are surrounded by Amish farms and Amish faces on every market day and choosing not to look. That was not nothing. That was a particular kind of care, extended toward people you could not name, out of a consideration for their peace that required you to put your own questions aside. "We need to be careful," she said, thinking of her aunt and wondering for a moment if she was doing the right thing. She took in a deep breath. "Yes," Samuel said. "We do." They drove back from Millhaven in the afternoon, the road busier now with the midday traffic of a working county. Samuel kept the horse to the right, and the vehicles passed them without incident, most of them slowing with the patience of people accustomed to sharing the road. Lydia was thinking and not talking, which Samuel seemed to understand without needing to be told. He drove. He gave her the silence. She had been grateful for several things about him over the past 3 weeks, but this was near the top of the list. After perhaps 20 minutes she said, "We can't go to him directly." "Not yet. We don't know enough about what he knows or what he wants. If he has decided not to look, walking up to him with this just wouldn't be right." "Agreed," Samuel said. And your auntie needs to know first. Before anyone else. She needs to know before anyone else, Lydia said. But she can't receive this kind of thing in a bad hour. She needs to be clear when I tell her. How often does she have clear days? More in the mornings than not. 3 or 4 good mornings a week lately. Lydia looked at the road ahead. I'll watch for the right one. Samuel nodded. They rode in silence for a stretch. A red-tailed hawk crossed the road ahead of them low and unhurried, carrying something, and rose into the tree line on the far side without looking back. There is one more thing, Lydia said. Nathaniel Graber does business with your family. Regularly. Your father trusts him. She looked at Samuel. When the time comes to make contact, I think it ought to come through a connection he already trusts rather than a stranger arriving at his door with news that will change everything he knows about himself. Samuel took this in. She could see him turning it over, examining it from each side the way he did with anything that required a decision rather than a reflex. You're saying it should be me, he said. I'm saying you might be the right person when the time comes. I don't know yet. I'm still thinking about it. That's honest. I try to be. He almost smiled at that, the slight ease at the corner of his mouth that she had learned was his version of it. They were on the district road now, the familiar fence lines and woodlets coming back around them. At the end of the Miller lane, he stopped the horse, and she climbed down with her bag. She stood at the buggy wheel for a moment. Thank you, she said. For today. For the cover story and the driving and the reading room. The cover story cost me something, he said. Not in complaint. Plainly. I know. I'm sorry for that part. It was my choice. He gathered the reins. Tell me when you're ready to tell your auntie. I want to know how she takes it. I will, she said. She watched him drive the rest of the way up to his farm. Then she picked up her bag and walked the half-mile to Miriam's in the afternoon that was tipping now toward evening, thinking about a man named Nathaniel Graber who had grown up in this county with a question he may or may not have been carrying, and about an old woman in a lilac garden who had been carrying it for both of them for 30 years. She thought it was time for the carrying to be shared. She asked God for the wisdom to know when and how to do that without breaking what was already fragile. It seemed like the most important thing she had ever asked for. Chapter 8. Tuesday came with a thin mist that burned off before 8 o'clock, leaving the morning bright and still and already promising heat by noon. Lydia had agreed to handle the Brenneman produce delivery to the Millhaven Tuesday market while Mrs. Brenneman recovered from a summer cold that had settled in her chest. It was a straightforward arrangement. Hitch the neighbor's wagon, load the jars and the bundles, drive into town, stand behind the table for 3 hours, drive home. She had done variations of this kind of work since she was 12 years old. She had also, she admitted to herself as she hitched the wagon in the Brenneman barn, chosen to say yes for reasons that had nothing to do with the Brenneman wife's cold. She knew the name of the hardware store on Main Street. She knew which side of the square it was on. She had not decided what she would do with that knowledge once she was in Millhaven, but she wanted to be in the same town as it, to see the space it occupied in the ordinary world, to understand something about the man whose name she had been carrying since the county records office. There was a difference between a name on a filing card and a person standing in a doorway, and she needed to begin closing that distance before she could decide what to do next. She told herself this was not interference. She was not going to approach him. She was going to observe, the way you observe a field before you decide whether to plant it. The market square was already busy when she arrived. She found her table, the one the Brennemans used each week, and unloaded the preserves and dried herbs and the last of the early summer honey onto it. The square filled quickly on market days, a mix of plain and ordinary that was characteristic of this part of Ohio, Amish tables beside local growers beside a woman selling handmade candles from a folding cart. The English customers moved through the tables with the ease of people who have been shopping here for years and know where to look for what they want. Lydia stood behind the table and watched the square and waited. She saw him before she knew who he was. He came across the square from the direction of the hardware store, which was open already and had its side door propped wide the way businesses do on warm market mornings to catch the passing trade. He was tall, broad across the shoulders, wearing a work shirt with what looked to be the store's name stitched on the pocket in plain dark thread. His hair was dark and his movements through the crowded square were unhurried, the movements of a man comfortable in a space he has occupied many times. He stopped at 2 other Amish tables before he reached hers. At each one he spoke briefly with the seller, took what he needed, paid without haggling. He had a way of addressing the Amish vendors that she noticed from a distance before she could hear the words, no condescension in it, no performance of friendliness either. He spoke to them the way you speak to people you have known through commerce long enough that the commerce itself has become a kind of relationship. He reached her table. "Good morning," he said. He looked at the preserves and the herbs with the efficient attention of a man checking items against a list in his head. "Do you have chamomile this week? The dried bundles are at the end." Lydia moved one forward. "From last summer's harvest. It keeps well if you store it dry." "Good to know." He picked up the bundle and examined it with the same thorough attention he had given everything else. "And the strawberry preserves?" 3 jars left. The last of them until next season. "I'll take a jar and the chamomile." He counted out the money carefully and set it on the table, which was the habit of someone who had learned early that passing money hand to hand across a cultural line can be awkward for both parties if you are not careful about it. "Are you covering for the Brennemans today? Their wife has a cold. She asked me to come in her place. Tell her I hope she's better soon. She's been at this table since before I had the store. I'd miss her particular brand of sharp commentary about the weather." He almost smiled when he said it. "I'm Nathaniel Graber. The hardware on the corner." He nodded in that direction. "Lydia Kauffman," she said. "I'm staying at my aunt's farm, just outside town." "Kauffman." He set his purchases in the canvas bag he carried. "Any relation to Eli Kauffman, the harness maker?" "His daughter." "Good man. Your father sold me 2 sets of traces and a collar in the past 3 years. Better work than anything I've found elsewhere." He picked up his bag. "Good to meet you, Lydia Kauffman." "And you," she said. He moved on to the next table. She watched him go. She had been watching for Miriam in his face, looking for the resemblance she had seen in her own mind ever since the county record. At this distance, moving through a market crowd, she could not say with certainty that it was there. The dark hair, perhaps. The way he held himself when he was listening. Something in the set of his jaw that she could not name exactly. But these were the kinds of observations you make when you are already looking for a thing, and she had learned to be careful about those. What she had seen clearly, what required no searching, was that he was not a person who took up more space in the world than he needed. He was precise and respectful, and he had remembered the name of the woman at the Brenneman table for long enough to ask after her by implication. That was the kind of attention that comes from a man who has been paying it steadily for years. She thought about a January letter and a photograph in a blanket. She thought this is a person someone might be proud of, if they had the chance to know him. She turned back to her table and helped the next customer and did not look in the direction of the hardware store again. Samuel arrived at the market square just before noon. He had come in the farm wagon for a length of galvanized pipe his father needed for the well pump, and the hardware store on the corner was the natural place to get it. He did not know Lydia would be at the market until he came around the corner of the square and saw the Brenneman table with a figure behind it he recognized before he saw her face. He stopped the wagon at the hitching post and crossed the square. She saw him coming, and there was something in her expression when she did, a composure that was slightly more composed than usual, which told him something had happened. "You've been thinking hard about something," he said, when he reached the table. "Good morning to you too," she said. "Good morning." He looked at what was left on the table. "How has it gone?" "Well, I've nearly sold out." She straightened the remaining jars. "He came to the table this morning." Samuel went still. "Nathaniel Graber. He bought preserves and chamomile. He asked after the Brenneman wife by name and told me my father makes the best traces in the county. Samuel looked across the square toward the hardware store without making it obvious that he was doing so. Did he know who you were? He knows my surname. He knows my father. That's all. She kept her voice even. He introduced himself. He was easy to speak to. He's been trading at this market for years. Samuel absorbed this. He thought about a man he had bought fence nails and would stain from without curiosity, who had said good morning to his father on market days, who had extended a line of credit to the Miller farm the winter his father was ill and never once made the gesture feel like charity. He thought about how a person could be present in the edges of your life for 10 years, and you would never think to look more carefully at them. What did you notice? He said quietly. His jaw. The way he holds himself when he's listening. She was quiet for a moment. I could be seeing what I'm looking for. I know that. But the record says what it says, and the dates say what they say. Yes. Samuel looked at his hands on the wagon rail. What do you want to do now? I want to tell my auntie. She's been more agitated lately, and she keeps mumbling about the baby. I hope. Well, I've been thinking it might give her the peace she's yearned for her whole life. I have prayed about it. I don't want to do anything that would upset her. But my heart hurts for her. Samuel looked deeply into her eyes. And do you feel like God has answered you? She drew in a breath. I think so. I hope so. I've been waiting for the right morning. Lydia looked at the square. After that, I need to think about how to approach him. Or whether to approach him at all. I believe he would want to know, Samuel said. Not only as an opinion. As a fact he was stating plainly. I think he would, too. But I want to be sure of the how before I think about the when. He nodded. She was right about that. The how of things mattered as much as the doing of them, and sometimes more. He went into the hardware store and bought his pipe and came back out and loaded it in the wagon. When he passed the Brenneman table again on the way out of the square, Lydia was helping a customer, and he did not interrupt. He lifted a hand in passing. She saw it and gave a small nod that meant I know you were here, and it helped. The apple butter boiling was that same evening at the Brenneman farm. It was a gathering of a dozen women and the older girls, working the large copper pot over the outdoor fire frame in the side yard where the apple trees gave enough shade to make the work bearable in the July heat. The apples had come from the Brenneman orchard, boxes of them, and the work of peeling and coring had already been done that morning. What remained was the long, slow business of boiling and stirring, which required patience and conversation in roughly equal measure. Lydia had come straight from returning the wagon, and she arrived at the fire frame to find a long-handled paddle pressed into her hands by Vera Neufeld with the efficient certainty of a woman who always knows who is available for which task. She took the paddle and stirred. The apple butter took its time. It always did. You could not hurry copper pot work, and the women around the fire seemed to understand this as a feature rather than a difficulty. The conversation ran from the price of sugar to the upcoming Neufeld wedding to the matter of a persistent drainage problem near the Troyer boundary fence that had been unresolved since the spring thaw. Lydia listened and contributed where she had something useful to say and stirred the apple butter with the long paddle and thought about Nathaniel Graber's jaw and her aunt asleep in the farmhouse 2 miles up the road. Samuel came at 5:30. He had been helping his father with the evening milking, and he came over the Brenneman fence at the back of the property the way neighbors do when they are not making a formal visit but simply going where it is natural to go. He spoke to 2 of the older men standing near the wagon shed, and then he came to the fire and stood beside Lydia without announcing himself, which he did not need to do. She was aware of him arriving the way you become aware of a change in the air. He did not reach for the paddle or offer to take over the stirring. He simply stood there, looking at the fire and the pot and the slow movement of the apple butter finding its consistency, and she stirred, and the evening settled around the 2 of them with the voices of the other women on one side and the quiet of the fields on the other. Good batch, he said after a while. Won't know for another hour. Your color is right. My auntie taught me to watch the color before anything else. She said the smell will fool you every time, but the color is honest. Wise woman, he said. They were quiet again. The fire crackled and the paddle moved, and Vera Neufeld said something at the far end of the fire frame that made two of the younger women laugh. The evening light came down through the apple trees at a long angle, the gold of July going toward August. I've been thinking about what you said, Lydia said. At the market. About his desire to know. And? I'm wondering if it's my place to tell him. And I wonder if Auntie wants him to know. I would like to know more about who he is. She stirred slowly. I watched him at the market today. He's careful. He pays attention. He treats people well without making a performance of it. He always has, Samuel said quietly. In all the years I've watched him work. She glanced at him. There was something in the way he had said that, a slight roughness in it that was not his usual register, and she understood that he too was recalculating. He had known this man through commerce for years and was now seeing every transaction in a different light. That was not nothing. That was its own kind of adjustment. When you're ready. If you're ready to talk to him, Samuel said, I'll go with you. If you want. I thought you might say that. Is that a yes? It's a yes, she said. She turned back to the apple butter, and he stayed beside her at the fire until the consistency was right and the color had deepened to the brown that meant it was ready. Vera Neufeld came over with a spoon and tasted it and declared it good, and they began the work of ladling it into jars while the last of the light went from the sky. Samuel helped carry the full jars to the Brenneman kitchen without being asked, and he drove home after that in the dark. Lydia walked back to Miriam's farm under the stars, carrying 2 jars of apple butter that Vera had pressed on her for the trouble, and thinking about all the things that had been in plain sight for 30 years without anyone having thought to look. Chapter 9. Lydia telephoned her parents on a Thursday morning, knowing her mother would be close to the phone shanty. She did it from the Brenneman barn, as she usually did, and she kept the call brief because the Brenneman telephone was a shared line and she had no desire to occupy it. She told her mother she was coming on Saturday afternoon and that she would like to speak to her father. Her mother said of course and asked how Miriam was, and Lydia gave the honest answer, better some days, less so on others, but managing. When she hung up the receiver, she stood in the barn for a moment before she went back to her day. She had been putting this off for 2 weeks. She knew it. The market had given her a reason to wait. She had needed to see Nathaniel Graeber in the ordinary world before she could talk to her father about him with any confidence. But she had seen him now, twice if you counted Samuel's account of a decade of commerce, and what she had seen was someone who deserved to know the shape of his own life. You could not provide that to a person without first understanding the full shape yourself. Before sharing with her aunt, she wanted what her father had not yet given her, the portion of the story that only he and the bishop and perhaps Deacon Bender had ever held between them. She spent the 2 days before Saturday doing the work that needed doing and not thinking about the conversation ahead. She finished the kitchen garden's east border. She turned the compost. She sat with Miriam on 3 separate mornings and heard the name Daniel come up, watching each time for the door to open or stay shut. On Tuesday morning it opened more fully than usual. Miriam spoke about a walk she had taken in the spring of what must have been 1991, along the fence line of a farm she named but Lydia did not recognize, and she mentioned Daniel in the same tone she might mention the weather, as though he were part of the natural landscape of the story and required no particular marking. And then her expression softened further and tears filled her eyes. If only I knew, she said, and then brushed her hand across her cheek vaguely, and the moment was gone. But that was the morning Lydia knew her aunt was ready. Or as ready as she would ever be. She needed her father first. She walked the 2 miles to her parents' farm on Saturday afternoon in the full heat of a July day. The road was quiet at this hour, the farm settled into the slow rhythm of mid-afternoon when the morning's work was done and the evening's has not begun. She walked without hurrying, which was not how she usually covered distance but seemed right for this. Her mother was not in the garden this time. She was in the kitchen, which meant she had been waiting, and the kitchen was the waiting room of this family, the place where difficult things had always been received. Ruth Kauffman looked up when Lydia came through the door and said nothing, only pointed with her chin toward the harness shop. Eli was at his bench. He was tooling leather again, the same patient repetition as before, but this time he set the tool down immediately when she came through the door and turned to face her. He had been expecting this visit. She could see it in the quality of his posture, a man who has had time to prepare and has used it. "I went to the market on Tuesday," Lydia said. Nathaniel Graber came to the table. "He bought chamomile and strawberry preserves and told me our father makes the best traces in the county." Eli was very still. "He did not know who I was beyond my name," Lydia said. "He was easy to talk to. He is careful with people." She paused. "He is about 30 years old, and he has his mother's jaw." Her father turned back to the bench. Not in dismissal. In the way of a man who needs something to look at that is not a person's face. "I need you to tell me the rest of it," Lydia said. "Not the part about protecting the family and the bishop agreeing and the Grabers being decent people. I know all of that. I need the part you haven't said yet." A long silence. The shop smelled of oil and leather and old wood and the dusty warmth of a building that faces south. Outside, a horse moved in the paddock and the fence rail creaked. Then Eli sat down on the low stool at the side of the bench and looked at his hands. "Daniel Schrock came to this house," he said, "in the autumn of 1991. He came to speak to our father, your grandfather, about his intentions toward Miriam. He had been ill since the spring, but he was still well enough to drive himself, still himself enough to want to do things correctly." Eli paused. "Our father received him. They sat in the shop, in these two chairs, and Daniel told him what the illness was. What it was going to do. He told our father he wanted to marry Miriam before the end of the year, that he wanted her to be properly provided for, and that he needed our father's blessing to proceed. Your grandfather listened to everything. Then he asked one question." "What did he ask?" Lydia said. "He asked about the child." Eli looked up from his hands. He already knew. Miriam had told him. Our father was not angry. He was not the kind of man who got angry about the things you could not change by being angry at them. He asked Daniel directly whether he had been to see the bishop. Daniel said he had. He said arrangements were being discussed. Our father sat with that for a while and then he said, "The child comes first. Whatever you decide, the child comes first." Lydia held very still. She was afraid that if she moved the story would stop. Daniel agreed. Eli continued. They shook hands. Daniel drove himself home. He was gone by March. A pause. The baby came in December. I was the one who took Miriam's baby to the Graber farm. Bishop Lapp came with me. Miriam had held him for less than an hour. She named him in her head, she told me after, though she never said the name aloud to anyone. He stopped. Afterward, I didn't tell her anything. Not where the baby was. The bishop and I. Well, we decided it would be too painful. She did not cry. Not once. Not in front of me. The word sat in the air of the harness shop for a moment. Lydia looked at the man across from her, her father, who had been 24 years old and had driven his sister's newborn son to a farmhouse in Millhaven on a January morning and had carried that morning for 30 years in the same quiet way that Miriam had carried it in her garden. Why did nobody ever speak of it? Lydia said. Not as an accusation. She genuinely wanted to understand. Because Miriam asked us not to, Eli said simply. It was her grief to manage as she chose. We respected that. He looked at his hands again. And because the district had not needed to know and giving them something to know would not have given her anything back. And now? Lydia said. Eli was quiet for a long moment. He looked out the south window of the shop where the afternoon light came in across the tool rack. Now she is losing her memory piece by piece, he said. And the piece she will lose last, I think, is that January morning. It is the deepest thing in her. It has always been the deepest thing in her. He looked at Lydia directly. I don't know what the right thing is anymore. I thought I did, for 30 years. I thought keeping the boundary was protecting her. But protection and peace are not always the same thing, and I have been wondering lately whether I confused them. That was the most honest thing Lydia had ever heard her father say. She did not tell him so because she did not want him to regret saying it. She simply held it. I want to tell her, Lydia said. That he is well. That he is here. That she can know him, in the time she has left that is good enough for knowing. Eli looked at her for a long moment. Then he stood and went to the window and stood there with his back to her the way he had before. Be careful, he finally said. He sighed. She is not strong. She is stronger than you think, Lydia said. She has been strong for 30 years. He said nothing to that. But his shoulders moved, a small movement, something releasing. Her mother was waiting in the kitchen. Ruth Kauffman was sitting at the table with her hands folded in front of her and an expression on her face that Lydia had not seen there before, or perhaps had seen but never understood until now. It was the expression of a woman who has watched her husband carry something for a very long time and has carried something alongside it that was entirely her own. Sit down, her mother said. Lydia sat. Your father told you the facts, Ruth said. I want to tell you something else. She looked at the tabletop for a moment. I came to this family as your father's wife 8 years after that January. I knew about Miriam's son before I knew about anything else in this family. Your father told me the night before our wedding, because he said he would not begin a marriage with something unspoken between us. She paused. He told me the facts, the same ones he just told you. What he did not tell me, because he did not know it himself, was how much Miriam loved that garden. The lilac garden, Lydia said. She planted those bushes herself, the year after Daniel died. I have always thought she planted them for the child, not for herself. A place to go when she needed to be near something living that was growing as her son was. Ruth looked up. She walks in it every spring. Every spring for 30 years. I have watched her doing that and I have never said a word because it was not mine to say. Lydia sat with this for a moment. Something in her chest was becoming harder to contain. She had been keeping herself very tightly managed for 7 weeks, since the evening in the hall with the cedar chest, and the management was beginning to cost more than it had at the start. She asked me to promise not to let them forget, Lydia said. The first night I was there. She gripped my wrist in the doorway and asked me to promise. I know, her mother said. She has said that to me too. More than once. Ruth reached across the table and put her hand over Lydia's. You are doing the right thing, Lydia. I want you to know that. Your father is a good man who has done his best with what he was given. But I think even he would tell you that doing your best is not always the same as doing enough. Lydia nodded. She did not trust her voice entirely. Go back to her, her mother said. Take care of her and tell her the things she needs to hear. That is what you came home to do. Lydia stood and hugged her mother properly, which was not something they did often enough, and Ruth held her for a moment with the firmness of a woman who wants you to feel the solidity of something before she lets it go. Lydia cried on the road home. Not dramatically. She was not someone who cried dramatically. She walked the 2 miles from her parents' farm to Miriam's with her hands free at her sides and tears moving down her face in the steady, unhurried way of a thing that has been accumulating for 7 weeks and has simply run out of room. She cried for Miriam holding a baby for less than an hour and then not crying in front of her brother later. She cried for Eli at 24, sitting in his father's harness shop across from a dying man who shook hands and drove himself home. She cried for a young man who had written letters to a woman he loved from a farm where the planting was late because of the wet spring, and who had agreed to the hardest thing he had ever agreed to because the child came first. She cried for a lilac garden that was a monument, though it did not look like one from the outside. By the time she reached Miriam's lane she had finished. She wiped her face on her apron hem and went up the lane and checked on her aunt, who was asleep in her chair with a half-finished bit of knitting on her lap, and the evening was just beginning to come in through the windows. Reuben's wife had left a covered dish on the counter and a note saying Miriam had eaten a good noon meal and been cheerful all afternoon. Lydia put the kettle on and sat at the kitchen table and looked at the window. Samuel knocked at the kitchen door at 7:30. She had not expected him and did not have to ask how he knew to come. He had a way of sensing when something had shifted in her situation that she had stopped questioning. She opened the door, and he looked at her face and did not ask what had happened. He came in and sat at the table in the chair he had come to occupy naturally, and she poured 2 cups of tea and sat across from him. She told him everything her father had said. All of it, including the part about Daniel coming to the harness shop in the autumn and shaking her grandfather's hand and driving himself home. Including the part about Eli driving Miriam's baby in January and his sister never crying. She told him what her mother had said about the lilac garden being a monument. She said it in the same order she had received it, carefully, because she wanted him to understand the shape of the whole thing. He listened without interrupting. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment, his hands around his cup on the table. 30 years, he said. Not as an observation. As a measure of something. 30 years, she said. He looked at his cup. Your father. Is he all right? I think so. He said something I did not expect. She turned her cup in her hands. He said he has been wondering whether he confused protection and peace. Whether keeping the boundary was really protecting her, or whether it was just his way of managing something he did not know how to change. That is a hard thing to come to after 30 years, Samuel said. Yes. It is. The kitchen was quiet. Outside, the evening birds were doing their work. The lamp on the table between them put its small circle of light across the cloth and their hands on either side of it. I want to tell her soon, Lydia said. Not tonight. But soon. She is having more good mornings than not this past week. I don't want to wait until that changes. Do you want me there when you do? She thought about this carefully. It was a question that had 2 answers, and she needed to find the right one. She needed to tell Miriam alone, she thought. That was a conversation that needed to be between the 2 of them first, before it included anyone else. But after. Not when I tell her, she said. But after. I will need someone to tell the rest to, when it's done. He nodded. I'll be here. It was a plain statement without ceremony, and it was the most reassuring thing anyone had said to her in a very long time. She looked at him across the table in the lamplight and thought that this was what she had come home to find, though she had not known she was looking for it. Not the letters, not the secret, not even the answer to the question about baptism that had been following her around for a year and a half. This. A man who listened all the way through and then said, I'll be here. She did not say any of that aloud. She poured more tea, and they talked for another hour about smaller things, the way you do when the important things have been said, and you want to stay a little longer in the ordinary warmth of the conversation before you go back to the rest of it. Chapter 10. Samuel had known what he was going to do for 3 days before he did it. He had sat with the decision the way he sat with most decisions, turning it slowly, examining each face of it, making sure he understood what he was choosing and why before he committed to it. The decision was this: he was going to ask for a private meeting with Bishop Troyer. Not through Lydia's family, not as a side conversation after church. A proper request, made through the correct channel, for a deliberate conversation. In his district, this was not done casually. You did not request a private audience with the bishop unless the matter was serious enough to warrant it, and you made the request through the deacon, who arranged the visit, which meant the request itself became a matter of some note. Samuel had weighed this. He had decided that the matter was in fact serious enough, and that the discomfort of the request being observed was a smaller cost than proceeding without the bishop's knowledge. He sent word through Deacon Bender on a Wednesday morning. By Thursday afternoon the visit was arranged for the following Monday. He did not tell Lydia he was going. He told himself this was because she had enough to manage with Miriam and with what her father had given her last Saturday. He also knew, being honest with himself, that he wanted to do this part alone. She had carried the weight of the investigation for 2 months. He could carry this portion. The bishop's farm sat on the north road, 1.5 miles from the Miller property. Samuel drove up on Monday morning and found Bishop Troyer not in the house but at the back fence line, doing what he did most mornings when the weather allowed, working. The fence here ran along the boundary between the Troyer pasture and the hayfield, and 2 posts needed replacing. The bishop's son was in the field on the far side, and the bishop himself was at the near post with a bar and a level, working steadily in the early heat. He looked up when Samuel came through the gate and nodded at him and gestured with the bar toward the second post that needed setting. Samuel took off his coat, hung it on the fence wire, and picked up the post driver leaning against the rails. They worked side by side for 20 minutes without speaking, the rhythm of the work establishing itself between them the way it does when 2 men know what they are doing and have no need to narrate it. When the second post was in and plumbed and the bishop had checked the level twice, he set his tools down on the ground and took a long drink from the water jug his son had left on the fence rail. He offered it to Samuel. Samuel drank. The bishop put his hat back on and looked out at the pasture. "You came for more than fence posts," the bishop said. "Yes." "Say what you came to say then." Samuel looked at the pasture too. It was easier to say some things when you were both looking at the same thing rather than at each other. He said it plainly. He told the bishop what he and Lydia had found in the letters, in the county record, in the market square. He told him about Nathaniel Graber running the hardware store on Millhaven's Main Street for 10 years, about his father's business dealings there, about the photograph of the lilac garden that had traveled with the baby in January of 1993. He told him about Lydia's father confirming the full story, about Miriam walking the garden every spring. He stated all of it without editorializing, because the bishop was not a man who needed things pointed at. He could see where they led without the arrow. The bishop listened without interrupting. He watched the pasture. When Samuel finished, he was quiet for a long moment, long enough that a pair of crows crossed the field overhead, calling once and then going silent as they passed. "I have thought about this matter many times since Bishop Lapp passed the district to me," the bishop said. His voice was even and carried no weight on any single word, which Samuel had come to understand was how Bishop Troyer carried the heaviest things. "He told me when he transferred the leadership. He said he had done what he believed was right for the woman and for the child, and that the child had a good home, and that time would settle the rest." A pause. The fence wire creaked in a small wind that came across the hayfield. "I believed him," the bishop continued. "He was a faithful man and a careful one. I had no reason to question his judgment." He picked up the level from the ground and turned it in his hands, looking at the bubble in the glass. "But I have watched Lydia Kauffman in this district for 20 years. I have watched her at church services. I have watched her at the frolics, at the barn raisings, at the funerals. She is faithful. She is present. She has never once broken her word or asked the community for anything she did not need." He set the level back down. "She is also, in a way I could never quite name until this moment, a woman who has been carrying something too heavy for one person to carry for 30 years. And I think I have known that. And I think I have chosen not to ask about it because asking would have required me to reckon with the decision my predecessor made, and that is not a comfortable thing to reckon with." Samuel said nothing. He had not come to argue or to press. He had come to inform, and the bishop was doing the rest himself, which was the proper order of things. "What does the young man know?" the bishop said. "He was told he came from an Amish family in this county. His adoptive parents were honest with him about that much. Beyond that, we believe he knows nothing." Samuel paused. He may have chosen not to pursue it, out of consideration for whoever was on the other side of the question. The bishop was quiet again. He went to the fence and tested the new post with both hands, rocking it slightly to check the set. It held. "If a man grows up carrying a question about his own origins," the bishop said, his back still to Samuel, "and he has chosen not to pursue it out of consideration for others, then he has already shown us something important about his character." He turned around. The truth belongs to him. And it belongs to Miriam. What was done 30 years ago was done with love, I believe that. But love that withholds truth from the people who have the greatest claim to it cannot hold forever. He looked at Samuel directly, with the full attention he gave to things that required it. I am not going to tell you what to do, Samuel, he said. You and Lydia Kauffman are not children, and this is not a church matter in the formal sense. It is a family matter and a human matter, and those require judgment, not rulings. He held Samuel's gaze. But I will tell you one thing, and I want you to carry it carefully. Tell me, Samuel said. Whatever you decide to do, and however you decide to do it, put mercy at the front. Not truth alone, which can be a hard and cold instrument if you are not careful with it. Not justice, which has its place but not here. Mercy. He picked up his coat from the fence rail. Mercy means you consider what the other person needs before you consider what the situation requires. It means you arrive gently. It means you give people room to receive difficult things without being crushed by them. He looked at Samuel once more. Do you understand what I am saying? I think so, Samuel said. Yes. Good. The bishop put his coat on. Tell your father I said good morning. He walked back toward the farmhouse, unhurried, in the same steady way he did everything. Samuel watched him go, and then he picked up the post driver and the water jug and carried them to the barn because it was the right thing to do, and then he got back in his buggy and drove home. He drove slowly. The north road was quiet at this hour, the farms on either side deep in their morning work. He passed the Neufeld place and the Bender property and the long flat stretch where the road ran straight for half a mile between two hay fields that both belonged to the Troyer family and which he had driven past his entire life without counting. He drove past all of it, and he thought about the word mercy. He thought about what the bishop had said, that mercy means you consider what the other person needs before you consider what the situation requires. He thought about this in relation to Nathaniel Graber, which was how he assumed the bishop had meant it. He thought about arriving gently, giving room, not crushing. Then he thought about it in relation to Lydia. He had been doing something for 2 months that he had not yet named, even to himself. He had been careful and steady and present and useful, and he had done all those things because they were the right things to do for the situation. But he had also been doing them because she was Lydia Kauffman, and he had been thinking about her since the quilting frolic in June with a consistency that he had been managing rather than examining. He was not good at the examining this sort of thing. He was good at the managing. But he thought about mercy, and he thought about considering what the other person needs, and he understood that what he had been managing was a fear. The fear was simple: she had come back to this district for her aunt, not for the district, and she had not yet been baptized, which meant she had not yet decided whether she was staying. And he had been keeping himself at a precise and careful distance, helpful and present but not declaring anything, because he did not know what she was going to choose, and he had decided, without examining it, that he would not say what he felt until he knew the answer to the other question. He thought about that for the rest of the drive home. He thought that this was perhaps not mercy. Toward her or toward himself. Mercy meant arriving gently, yes, but it also meant arriving. It meant not making her carry the uncertainty of the distance he was keeping alongside everything else she was carrying. He was not ready to do anything about it today. Today was for sitting with it. But it was a different kind of sitting than before, because now he was examining instead of managing, and that felt like the first necessary step toward something he did not yet have the exact words for. Lydia was at the Miller fence line when he came up the lane. She had been there perhaps 5 minutes, he thought, which meant she had seen his buggy on the road and come to the fence in the way she sometimes did at the end of the day, not waiting in any formal sense but positioning herself where a conversation could happen naturally if he chose to stop. He stopped. "How was the bishop?" she said. He looked at her. "I didn't tell you I was going. Vera Neufeld saw your buggy on the North Road Monday morning and mentioned it to the Brenneman wife, who mentioned it to me when I returned the kettle I borrowed." She held his gaze. "How was he?" Samuel almost smiled. "He was the bishop. Steady and precise and honest about things that were not easy to be honest about." "What did he say?" Samuel looked at the fence rail between them. He said the truth belongs to Nathaniel Graber, and it belongs to your aunt. He said he has watched Miriam for years and has always known she was carrying something too heavy, and has chosen not to ask because asking would have required him to reckon with what his predecessor decided. Lydia was quiet for a moment. A small wind moved across the field behind him and lifted the edge of her prayer cap, and she put a hand up to steady it. He was honest about that, she said. About looking away? He was. Samuel looked at her. He said one other thing. He said whatever we decide to do, to put mercy at the front. Before truth, before justice, before the requirements of the situation. Mercy. She held that. He could see her turning it over the way she turned everything over, the careful examination she gave to things before she accepted them. That is the right instruction, she said finally. I thought so too. They stood at the fence in the long afternoon. The field behind him was going golden the way July fields do when the light is coming from the west, and there were swallows working the near edge of the hay and a dog barking somewhere down the road at something that had already passed. He thought about what he had decided on the drive home, and he looked at Lydia Kauffman at the fence and thought he was not going to say it today, but he was going to say it. Soon. I want to go to Miriam when you're ready, he said. When you tell her. I know you said you wanted to do that alone first, and I meant what I said about respecting that. But I want to be there after. Close by. I know, she said. I was going to ask you to be. When? She had 4 good mornings this week. Lydia looked toward the road, toward the direction of Miriam's farmhouse. I think soon. The right morning will come, and I'll know it when it does. He nodded. He trusted her judgment on that completely, which was not a thing he had ever said to himself about another person quite so directly before. He gathered the reins. Tell me when it comes, he said. I will, she said. He drove up the lane to the Miller farm, and she walked back down the road to Miriam's, and the swallows kept working the edge of the hayfield, and the word mercy went with each of them in different directions into the long July evening. Chapter 11. Joel Hartman came to the Miller farm on a Saturday morning, which was the bravest thing Samuel had seen a 17-year-old do in some time. Samuel had not been told he was coming. He was in the lower field when he heard the truck on the road and looked up to see it pull to the verge at the end of the lane, the engine cutting off, and a young man climbing down from the cab. The young man stood for a moment at the end of the lane looking at the house, the way a person stands before a door they know they must go through. Then he straightened his shoulders and started walking up. Samuel set down his tool and followed at a distance. Joel Hartman was not what Samuel had constructed in his imagination. He had been imagining, without entirely meaning to, someone carelessly confident, someone who had not thought carefully about what he was doing or whom it might affect. What he saw instead was a solidly built young man in clean work clothes, moving up the lane with the deliberate pace of someone who has rehearsed an approach and is now committed to seeing it through. He was perhaps an inch shorter than Samuel and 4 or 5 years younger, and he had the look of someone who had spent his life outdoors on a working farm, which his family's dairy operation confirmed. He reached the porch before Samuel reached the yard. He knocked. Samuel's father answered. Samuel came into the yard in time to see Joel Hartman take his cap off and hold it at his side and introduce himself by full name and say where his family's farm was and that he had come to speak to the Miller household about Clara. His voice was steady. His eyes did not drop. Samuel's father looked at the young man for a long moment. Then he looked at Samuel, who had come up behind. Then he opened the door wider and told them both to come in. They sat in the front room, which was where the Miller family received guests who were not yet familiar enough for the kitchen. Samuel's father took the chair nearest the window. Joel Hartman sat on the bench along the wall with his cap in his hands. Samuel stood at the doorway, which gave him a clear view of both without being seated at the table himself. It was not a formal position. It was simply where he stood. Joel spoke first, which was the right order of things given that he had come to say something. Mr. Miller, he said, addressing Samuel's father directly, my name is Joel Hartman. My family operates the dairy on the county road, the Hartman place. I've been meeting with your daughter Clara on Tuesday afternoons for about 2 months now, at the feed store in town. He paused. His hands moved once on the cap and then stilled. I know that this has become known in your district. I know that has caused difficulty for your family, and I want to say plainly that I regret that. Samuel's father said nothing. He waited. I have not treated Clara with anything but respect, Joel continued. I have not asked anything of her that would compromise her standing in her church or her family. I knew from the start what the complications were, and I knew they were real ones. He looked at Samuel's father directly. I came today because I thought it was the right thing to do, to come here and say that to you in person rather than let the situation stay in the position it's been in. Clara doesn't know I'm here. I didn't tell her I was coming because I didn't want her to feel responsible for whatever you decide. Samuel's father looked at his hands for a moment. Then he looked at Joel Hartman. What is it you want? He said. Not unkindly. Just directly. Joel's hands moved on the cap again. I don't know how to answer that in a way that makes this easier, he said. I care about Clara. That's honest. But I'm not standing here to ask for anything from you. I'm standing here because I thought the situation was unfair to your family, and I wanted to address it properly, the way my father taught me to address things that have gone sideways. He paused. If Clara decides to stay in her church and her community and never speak to me again, that's her choice to make. I'm not here to put my thumb on that scale. I just didn't want your family to be managing something I could have helped manage myself if I'd come sooner. A silence settled in the room. Outside, one of the horses moved in the paddock and a board shifted in the fence. Samuel watched his father's face and understood something he had not known before this morning. His father had been braced for a different kind of young man, and Joel Hartman was not him. Samuel's father said, Clara is not baptized. She is in the period of her life when she is making these decisions for herself, and I will not make them for her. He looked at Joel steadily. But she is my daughter, and she is ours to care for. What you have done today, coming here, is the right way to have handled this from the start. I'll tell you that plainly. Joel nodded. He stood when Samuel's father stood, and they shook hands at the door the way men do when something has been concluded without being resolved, an acknowledgement of each other's honesty rather than an agreement about the future. Joel put his cap back on and walked back down the lane to his truck and drove away without looking back. Samuel's father went to his chair in the kitchen and sat down and said nothing for a while. Samuel poured 2 cups of coffee and brought them to the table and sat across from him. He's a decent young man, his father said finally. Yes. That don't make it simple. No, Samuel said. It doesn't. His father drank his coffee and looked out the kitchen window at the paddock, and Samuel drank his, and they sat together for a while in the way of 2 men who understand that some situations do not resolve cleanly and that sitting with that is its own kind of work. Clara came home at noon. She came in through the back door the way she always did and stopped when she saw Samuel at the table, and something in his face told her something had changed. She set her basket down very carefully. Joel Hartman was here this morning, Samuel said. Clara sat down on the bench near the door. She did not speak. He came to speak to our father. He said he wanted to address the situation properly rather than let it sit the way it has been sitting. Samuel looked at her. He said you didn't know he was coming. That he didn't tell you because he didn't want you to feel responsible for whatever we decided. Clara looked at her hands on her knees. Our father shook his hand, Samuel said. She looked up at that. He said Joel handled it the right way. Samuel held her gaze. He didn't say anything else about it. He's giving you room to think. Clara was quiet for a long moment. The kitchen held the midday quiet of a warm Saturday when the work has paused and the afternoon has not yet begun. A fly moved against the window glass and then found its way out through the screen. What do you think? She said. Not of Joel. She meant of her, of what she was doing, of the whole situation. I think you are 17 years old, and you have not yet been baptized, and you are standing at the edge of a decision that will shape the next 60 years of your life, Samuel said. I don't think anyone can make that decision for you or should try. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one I have. He turned his cup in his hands. I can tell you what I see, if you want that. Tell me, she said. I see a girl who has been looking for somewhere to be seen since the year our mother died and has looked for it in places that were close enough to reach quickly rather than places that would hold her. He said it without sharpness. It was not an accusation. Joel Hartman is a decent young man who treats you with respect. That is real, and it matters. But I've also watched you at the singings and at the frolics and at church, and I've seen you come alive there in ways you don't come alive anywhere else. I don't think you know that about yourself yet. Clara looked at him for a long time. You think I should stay, she said. I think you should choose the thing you'd choose if nobody was watching, and no one's feelings were at stake, and the only question was who you want to be. He looked at her. That's the question under all the other questions. Who do you want to be, Clara? Not who do you want to make happy. Who do you want to be? She was quiet. He could see it landing, the weight of it, and he did not hurry it along. This was the kind of thing that needed to be held before it could be answered, and she was young enough that nobody had given her that kind of room before. After a while she stood and took her basket to the counter and began unpacking it, which was Clara's way of saying the conversation was not finished but she needed to be doing something with her hands while she finished it. Samuel understood this because he did the same thing. I'm going to think about it, she said. Really think about it. Not about Joel and not about what anyone expects. Just about the question you asked. That's all I was asking, he said. She glanced at him over her shoulder. You're different lately, she said. Since Lydia Kauffman came back. You say things differently. Samuel looked at his cup. He didn't argue with that. She notices things, he said. It makes you think more carefully about what you say. Clara turned back to her unpacking. He could see from the angle of her shoulders that she was almost smiling. She's good for you, she said. Not as a question. Samuel said nothing. But he did not deny it either, which was its own kind of answer, and Clara had always been perceptive enough to know the difference. He went back to the field that afternoon and finished what he had been doing when Joel Hartman's truck appeared on the road. He worked until the light began to go, which was a bit shorter every day now in the long slow turn toward August, and while he worked, he thought about what he had said to Clara. Who do you want to be? Not who do you want to make happy. The question had come out of him with a clarity he had not prepared for, and it stayed with him through the afternoon because it was asking him something too. He thought about what he had worked out on the drive home from the bishop's farm the week before. He thought about managing versus examining. He thought about the fence line conversation with Lydia and the way she had said the right morning will come, and she'd know it when it did, with the certainty of a person who trusted their own discernment. He had been keeping a careful distance because he did not know what she was going to choose about baptism, about the district, about her future here. He had been telling himself this was the sensible thing, not to put pressure on a person who had enough pressure on her already. But he had told Clara that the question under all the other questions was who you want to be when nobody was watching and no one's feelings were at stake. He set down his tool and looked at the field and asked himself that question. The answer was simple enough. He wanted to be a man who did not make the woman he cared about carry the uncertainty of his silence alongside everything else she was carrying. He wanted to be the kind of man who arrived, to use the bishop's word. Who said the thing when it needed saying? Who did not hide his intentions behind good manners and practical caution? He picked up his tool and went back to work. But something had shifted in the quality of the deciding, and when he finished for the day and walked back to the house in the long July evening, he was thinking not about whether to say something to Lydia Kauffman but about when. Chapter 12. Lydia had been preparing for this visit for 5 days. Not the list of items she needed from the hardware store, though that was genuine enough, a new hinge pin for the cellar door that had been stiff since April, a length of baling cord, and 2 L-shaped shelf brackets for the pantry wall where the old ones had rusted through. She had needed those things for weeks. The list was real. What she had been preparing was herself. She had thought carefully about how to approach it. She was not going to walk in and announce anything. She was not going to ask questions that had no plausible innocent reason behind them. She was going to buy her hardware and speak to him the way anyone speaks to a shopkeeper they have met once before, and she was going to observe, and if the conversation moved in a direction that allowed her to understand something more about who he was, she would follow it carefully and with both hands. Mercy first. That was what the bishop had said, and she had been carrying it the same way Samuel had. She drove herself into Millhaven in the Brenneman wagon on a Monday morning, which was the quietest day in the shop, according to Mrs. Brenneman, who had been buying her farm supplies from Graeber's Hardware for 15 years. Mondays the afternoon delivery comes, and the morning is light. You can talk to him properly on a Monday. She had not told Samuel she was going. She had thought about it and decided that this first approach needed to be hers alone. If she was wrong about who Nathaniel Graeber was, she needed to be the one who discovered that without involving anyone else. And if she was right, she needed to see his face without watching for Samuel's reaction at the same time. She tied the horse at the rail on the corner and went in through the front door. The hardware store was the kind of place that accumulates its character slowly over decades rather than arranging it. The shelving was old oak, darkened with years of handling, and the items on it were organized with the logic of someone who has an excellent spatial memory and sees no reason to change a system that works. The smell was metal and oil and sawdust, and something beneath both, the smell of a building that has been a working place for a long time. Nathaniel Graeber was at the back counter when she came in, checking a handwritten invoice against a delivery. He looked up and she saw the brief orientation of recognition, a face he had met once at the Tuesday market, and he set the invoice down. Lydia Kauffman, he said. The Brenneman table. Good morning. She came to the counter with her list. I have a few things I need, if you have them. Let's see. She read the list. He moved through the store with the ease of someone who does not need to think about where things are, only about whether he has them in the right size. He found the hinge pin in a shallow drawer near the door, measured 2 lengths of cord against the wooden gauge on the counter edge, and went to the back for the shelf brackets. She watched him while he was away, the store organized around his understanding of it, the worn path between the counter and the shelving. He came back with the brackets, one of which was slightly different from what she had described. The size you want I'm out of until Thursday, he said, setting both on the counter. This one is fractionally heavier gauge, but it'll hold more weight. Probably a better choice for pantry shelving anyway, if you're storing canning jars. That's useful to know. I'll take them. He wrote up the slip in a neat hand. She paid, and he made change from the till without hurrying. It was a Monday morning, and the store was quiet, and there was no reason to rush either of them. How is the Brenneman wife? He said. Her cold better? Much improved. She was back at the market last week. Good. She'd have something to say about anyone trying to stand in for her permanently. Lydia almost smiled. She put her change in her pocket and arranged the items in the cloth bag she had brought, and then, because it was a Monday morning and the store was quiet and he was not in a hurry and neither was she stayed at the counter rather than leaving. My family's name is Kauffman, she said. My father is Eli Kauffman, the harness maker. You mentioned knowing his work. I've bought 2 sets of traces from him, Nathaniel said. And a set of collar pads. If I had $1 for every Amish farmer in this county who asked me where I got the traces, I'd have a decent sum. He'll be glad to hear it. A pause. She looked at the counter. Then she looked up. Do you have family in this area? Beyond the business, I mean. He looked at her for a moment. Not suspiciously. More with the attention of someone adjusting to a conversation that has shifted register. My parents were here, he said. Both gone now. My father about 4 years back, my mother 2 years before that. He straightened a stack of receipts on the counter. I was adopted. My parents were the Graebers, Warren and Patricia. They're the family connection I have to the area. Did you grow up here in Millhaven? From 6 months old, he said. As far back as I remember, this is home. She held the cloth bag in both hands. She measured the next question carefully, the way you measure something you are only going to cut once. Do you know anything about where you came from before? She said, praying she wasn't overstepping too far. Before your parents. His brow furrowed, and he gave her an odd look. Then, his natural friendliness reasserted itself, and he gave a half-smile. Then he looked at the till and then at the window and then at her, and his expression had not shifted into anything guarded, only more present, the way a person becomes more present when someone has touched something real. A little, he said. My mother told me what she knew, which wasn't much. She said I came from an Amish family somewhere in this county. She said the adoption was arranged privately, through the county office, and that there was very little in the record. He stopped for a moment. She gave me one thing. He reached into his shirt pocket and took out a worn leather wallet. From behind his driver's license, he drew out a photograph, folded carefully along a crease that had been made and remade many times. He held it out across the counter. Lydia took it. It was black and white, slightly faded at the edges, taken in a summer garden. The photograph showed a fence line and beyond it a lilac hedge in full bloom, heavy with flowers, and in the background the south gable of a white farmhouse with a covered porch. The angle of the lane in the lower left corner was distinctive, the way it curved slightly before meeting the road. She had stood in that lane in the rain on her first evening. She had hung sheets on the line 6 feet from that fence. She had sat on that porch at dusk and watched the lilacs go from purple to gray as the light left them. She held the photograph for a moment without speaking. Her hands were steady. She had made herself a promise about this, and she was keeping it. My mother said it came with me, Nathaniel said. Tucked into the blanket I was wrapped in. She never knew who put it there. He watched Lydia's face. You've gone very still. I'm looking at it carefully, she said. Do you recognize it? Do you have something you wish to say to me? He leaned forward. She looked up from the photograph. She looked at him directly, and she saw in his face a thing she had been looking for since the county records office, not the physical resemblance, though it was there, but the quality of his attention. He was completely present. He was afraid, very slightly, and he was not hiding it, and he was holding himself in place the way a man holds himself when he wants to step toward something but understands that the stepping belongs to someone else. I think I might know where this garden is, she said. She kept her voice even and deliberate. I'm staying with my auntie, just outside Millhaven. She has a lilac garden along her south fence that looks exactly like this. He went very still. Her name is Miriam, Lydia said. She is not well. But she has mornings when she is entirely herself. She placed the photograph back on the counter between them. I have been learning some things about my family's history since I came to tend her. Things that have taken me time to understand. He looked at the photograph on the counter. He did not pick it up immediately. How long have you known? He said. His voice was even. There was a slight roughness underneath it. A few weeks. She held his gaze. I wanted to be certain before I said anything to you. I was wanting to wait until I spoke with my auntie. But now. I'm sorry. I have overstepped. She felt a rush of panic. This was not how she had planned things to go. She had certainly not planned to speak to him so forthrightly today. He picked the photograph up and looked at it for a moment and then put it back in the wallet. Does this mean you are certain? Is she well enough to? He stopped. He tried again. Would she want to? I am as certain as I can be. And I believe she would very much like to meet you, Lydia said. I can't promise you what she will remember when you meet her. Some mornings she is clear and present and entirely herself. Other mornings she is not. She looked at him steadily. But she has never forgotten that she had a son. Never. She has yearned for you. I can promise you that. Whatever else comes and goes in her mind, that has not moved. He pressed his hand flat on the counter, a brief steadying gesture that he was perhaps not aware of making. Then he straightened and looked out the front window of the store for a moment. I've been doing business with Amish farms in this county for 10 years, he said quietly. I chose this area. I told myself it was because of the business opportunity, and that was true. But I also knew I came from somewhere around here, and I suppose I thought, he stopped. I suppose I thought if the right thing was going to happen, it would happen on its own terms, without me pushing. I didn't want to push. I think she knew that too, in some way. That whoever you were being careful. He turned back to her. He blinked once, and she saw the thing he was working to hold in place, and she gave him the room to do it. What happens next? He said. I will go back, and I watch for the right morning, she said. When it comes, I'll send word to you. Are you on the telephone here? The store line. Ask for the hardware. He wrote the number on a slip of paper and pushed it across the counter. I won't press you. Whenever you think the time is right. It will be soon, she said. I don't want to wait longer than necessary. She picked up her cloth bag and her slip of paper and thanked him and walked out through the front door into the Monday morning. Her heart was pounding wildly. She untied the horse and climbed to the wagon seat and drove out of the square without looking back at the hardware store, because she needed to keep her attention on the road and because she had held herself together in there for 30 minutes and she needed a moment before she could look at anything squarely. She drove 2 streets and then stopped the horse at the edge of a quiet block and sat for a minute with her hands in her lap. Her thoughts raced. She had done it. She had spoken to him. She bowed her head and sent up a prayer. Within moments, her heart slowed, and she could breathe more freely again. She felt a whisper inside telling her she had done the right thing. She had done it with mercy at the front. She had not promised more than she could give. She had not minimized the difficulty of what was ahead. But she had also just looked into the face of a man who had been waiting 30 years for someone to see him, and the looking had shaken her more than she expected. She telephoned Samuel from the Brenneman barn at 3 o'clock that afternoon. He answered on the second ring, which meant he had been near the barn phone, which meant he had been expecting to hear from her. She had not told him she was going to the hardware store. She had not told him anything. He had simply known that something was happening and had stayed within reach of the phone. She told him about the morning. She told it in order, the items on the list, the quiet of the Monday store, the question she had asked carefully and the answer he had given. She told him about the wallet, about the photograph coming out from behind the driver's license, folded soft with handling. Samuel was quiet while she talked. He did not interrupt. She told him what the photograph showed. The lilac hedge. The south gable. The lane. She told him that she had held it in her hands, and her hands had been steady. He said he chose this area, she said. 10 years ago, when he opened the store. He said he knew he came from somewhere around here, and he thought if the right thing was going to happen, it would happen on its own terms, without him pushing. A silence on the line. She could hear the small sounds of the barn behind Samuel's end, something moving in a stall, the acoustic of an open farm space. He's been here all this time, and he was keeping himself careful, Samuel said. Waiting the way she's been waiting. Yes, Lydia said. Different directions. The same waiting. Another silence. Then Samuel said, "When do we go to Miriam?" She held the receiver for a moment. He had said we. Not when do you go. When do we go? He had said it without thinking, the word coming out of him the way words come when they are simply true and have been true for long enough that they no longer require examination. Soon, she said. She has had good mornings this week. I'll watch through the weekend. Tell me the night before, he said. I'll be there. I know, she said. She hung up and stood in the Brenneman barn for a moment before she went back out to the horse. The afternoon light came in through the high barn window in a long diagonal, the way it does in late July when the sun has begun its slow turn south again. She thought about Samuel Miller saying we without thinking about it. She thought about all the ways a person can tell you something true without intending a declaration. She thought that this was perhaps the most honest kind of telling, the kind that comes out before the speaker has thought to be careful about it. She untied the horse and drove back to Miriam's farm and started supper, and she did not examine the warmth she had been carrying since 3 o'clock, because some things do not need to be examined. They simply need to be held. Chapter 13. The week after the hardware store visit, Lydia moved more slowly. Not in her work, which continued at its ordinary pace, the meals, the garden, the linens, the patient management of Miriam's days. She moved more slowly in her thinking. She had found what she was looking for, or found enough of it to be sure, and now the question was no longer whether but how, and how required a different kind of attention than whether had. Whether is a door you are deciding to open. How is the room on the other side of it, and you are standing in it, and you need to understand the shape of everything before you move. She watched Miriam carefully during these days. Not intrusively, not with the pointed focus of someone assessing a patient, but with the quiet attentiveness of a woman who has lived alongside someone long enough to read the small daily signs. The quality of Miriam's morning. The clarity or softness of her eyes when she came to the kitchen table. Whether she reached for the coffee or waited for it to be brought. Whether her sentences completed themselves or trailed off before they arrived. She began, carefully and without pressure, to bring Daniel's name back into the air between them. Although, in truth, Miriam herself usually spoke his name first. Lydia did not do it directly. She approached it the way you approach a wild thing, from the side and at a distance, giving it room to decide what to do with your presence. She set out the old mementos she had found in the sideboard drawer, the ones from Miriam's youth, and she asked about the history of them. She asked about the district as it had been 30 years ago, who farmed which property, which families had moved away, and which had stayed. She asked about the singings, which ones Miriam had attended and in which barn. She drew a circle around the name without naming it, and she watched. On the third day Miriam said, while they were shelling peas at the kitchen table, there was a young man who always drove a gray horse to the singings. Very steady animal. He said it had better manners than most people he knew. Lydia did not look up from the peas. What was his name? Daniel, Miriam said. The name came out of her simply, without strain, the way you say the name of someone who has always been there. Daniel Schrock. He had a better mind than people gave him credit for, because he was quiet about it. Lydia shelled peas and Miriam shelled peas, and neither of them said anything for a moment. Then Miriam said, "You've read the letters." Not as a question. As a statement of something she had known for some time and had been deciding what to do with. Yes, Lydia said. I found them in the cedar chest. I knew you would. I left them there intentionally. Miriam set her bowl down. You were always a thorough child. You never left a corner unexplored. Lydia looked up then. Miriam was watching her with an expression of such complete, present clarity that Lydia had to hold herself still against the force of it. This was not just a good hour, it was a good hour of a particular and uncommon quality, the kind that arrived rarely and without warning and did not last long. Are you angry? Lydia said. At you? Miriam looked faintly surprised. No. I put them there to be found, Lydia. Not today and not by you specifically, but I put them there because I could not bear to destroy them. And I think I have always known that one day someone would find them and come to ask me about what was in them. She picked up her bowl again and looked at the peas. I'm tired, she said. Not today tired. 30 years tired. Of being the only one in this house who knows what happened. Your father knows, and your grandfather knew, and the bishop knows. But I am the only one who has lived here with it every day, and there are mornings when the weight of it is considerable. I know, Lydia said. I'm sorry it has been so heavy for so long. Miriam looked at her directly. He was a good man. He agreed to what he did because he loved the child more than his own grief. I need you to understand that. Whatever you have read, whatever you have understood about what happened, I need you to know that nobody forced anyone to decide anything. We agreed. Daniel agreed and I agreed, and we both understood what it was going to cost, and we agreed anyway. I know that, Lydia said. I could hear it in his letters. He chose it freely. I'm sorry you had no time for a different kind of choice. Miriam nodded. She was quiet for a moment. The peas went into the bowl one at a time, small and steady. In my heart, we were wed. And I'm foolish enough to believe that in God's sight, we were wed. I wish. With all my heart, I wish I knew what became of him, she said. The child. Lydia set her bowl down on the table. She looked at her aunt. He is well, she said. He grew up in this county. He has a good life and a good work that he does honestly. She paused. He has been here, near this district, for 10 years. Miriam's hand stopped on the peas. She did not speak. Her face did something that Lydia watched carefully and tried to read, not shock exactly, because there was something in it that was less surprised than grateful, as though what she had just heard was not impossible news but the arrival of something she had been waiting for longer than it is reasonable to wait for anything. He is well, Miriam said. Not a question. Testing the weight of the sentence. He is well, Lydia said again. Firmly. He never forgot where he came from. He has been careful with it. He has been. She stopped. She thought about what Nathaniel had said in the hardware store, that he had chosen this county 10 years ago and had thought if the right thing was going to happen it would happen on its own terms. She thought about the photograph worn soft along its fold lines. He has been near, Lydia said. I think he has been near because he wanted to be, even without knowing exactly why. Miriam closed her eyes. Not in distress. In something closer to the feeling you have when a long-held tension is released, the quality of a body going from brace to resting. She sat like that for a moment. The kitchen was warm and quiet around her. Outside, the July afternoon went on with its work, the birds and the wind and the distant sound of a tractor on a far field. Then she opened her eyes and looked directly at Lydia and said, I want to see him. I know, Lydia said. That's what I'm going to arrange. Over the following days, Lydia watched the quality of Miriam's mornings with a new and specific attention. Not every morning was suitable. There were days when Miriam was pleasant and calm and entirely herself in the way of a person who is comfortable and unconcerned, but was drifting in small ways, losing sentences, asking about people who had been dead for years with the mild confusion of someone who has misplaced their calendar. Those mornings were not the ones. She was looking for the mornings that had a particular quality of aliveness, when Miriam came to the table already thinking, already present, the coffee reaching her without reminding. When her eyes had the focused engagement of someone who is here not because she woke up here but because she chose to be. These mornings came 2 or 3 times a week at this point in the summer, and they did not always hold from breakfast through to noon, but they were real while they were present. She needed a morning that was the first kind, and she needed it to hold long enough for a visit of perhaps an hour. She also needed Miriam to be ready in a deeper sense. Ready was not the same as well, and it was not the same as willing. It was the state of a person who has been wanting something for a very long time and had reached the place where they thought perhaps they could finally have it. She thought Miriam was there. She had thought so since the peas. But she took 2 more days to be sure, watching and not hurrying, and on the Thursday morning of that week she came downstairs to find Miriam sitting at the kitchen table in her good dress, her prayer cap perfectly straight, her hands folded on the table with the particular stillness of a woman who has already done her thinking and is ready for the day. Good morning, Miriam said. Good morning. Lydia came to the table and looked at her aunt. How are you feeling? Clear, Miriam said. Simply. As though that were its own sufficient category. I see that. Lydia sat down. I want to bring him on Sunday, if the morning is like this. Miriam unfolded her hands and folded them again. Does he want to come? He wants to come very much, Lydia said. He has been gentle about it. He said he won't press me. He said whenever I think the time is right. Miriam nodded once. She looked at the window where the morning was coming in and the lilac bushes along the south fence were carrying what remained of their last blooms, thin and fading now in the August heat. Sunday, she said, tears in her eyes. Yes. If the morning is clear, Sunday. That evening Samuel came to the porch. He did not knock. He sat on the top step the way he had taken to doing in recent weeks when he came by in the evenings, a presence on the porch that did not impose but was simply there, and Lydia came out when she heard the step creak and sat beside him. She told him about the peas and Miriam saying Daniel's name in the ordinary way. She told him about Miriam's face when she heard the news that he was well, that quality of going from brace to resting. She told him about the good Thursday morning and the prayer cap in Miriam's hands folded on the table. Sunday, she said. If the morning holds. I'll come to the gate when he arrives, Samuel said. I won't come inside unless you need me. But I'll be there. She did not tell him he did not need to do that. She simply said thank you. They sat on the porch in the evening that was going toward dark around them. The fields across the lane had gone from gold to gray, and the first fireflies were beginning their slow intermittent work in the grass at the fence line. She knew I'd read them, Lydia said after a while. The letters. She said she put them in the chest to be found. That she could not destroy them. She trusted that someone would come, Samuel said. She trusted that I would come, Lydia said. I think she asked me to promise not to let them forget because she knew I was coming. She knew it before I did, I think. Samuel was quiet for a moment. Do you think that's why you came back? He said. Not only for her care, but for this? She had been thinking about this since Thursday morning. It was the kind of question that deserved a careful answer. I came back because she needed me, she said. But I think I also came back because I needed something and I didn't know what it was. And the thing I needed was to understand something about my family that I had never been told, and to do something about it, and that has given me. She stopped. Given you what? Samuel said. It has given me the ground under my feet, she said. I didn't have ground before. I had questions that had no floor. Now I have the answers to enough of them that I can stand. He looked at her steadily in the dimming light. Is that what you needed to decide about baptism? He said. Not with any pressure in it. Plain curiosity, the kind a person asks when they have been thinking about something and want to know if they have understood correctly. Part of it, she said. I needed to understand the grain of my family before I committed myself to it. I've been saying that to myself for a year and a half without being sure what I meant. Now I think I know. And what do you mean? He said. I mean that faith is not separate from the people who carry it, she said. It lives in the way my grandfather received a dying man in his harness shop and shook his hand. It lives in my father driving my sister's baby to a farmhouse in January and keeping her secret for 30 years because she asked him to. It lives in a woman who plants a lilac garden and walks in it every spring and asks God to send her news that he is well. She looked at the fireflies in the grass. That is the faith I come from. It is not perfect. But it is real, and it is mine, and I am ready to choose it. Samuel was very quiet. Then he said, in the plain, careful voice he used when something mattered enough to say exactly right, I'm glad you came home, Lydia. She looked at him. The last light was going from the sky, and his face was half in shadow, and he was looking at her in the way she had first noticed at the barn raising, the way of a man deciding what he thought about something. Only now she understood what he was deciding. So am I, she said. They sat together until the fireflies were the only light left in the yard, and neither of them moved to go in, and neither of them said anything more, because the thing that needed saying had been said and the rest could wait for another evening. Chapter 14. The Sunday morning came in clear. Lydia was awake before 5, not from any anxiety but from the quality of attention that had been with her since she closed her eyes the night before, the watchful alertness of someone who has been waiting for the right conditions and knows they have arrived. She lay still for a few minutes and listened to the house and the early silence of the fields, and then she dressed and went down to the kitchen. Miriam was not yet awake. Lydia did the morning chores quietly, made coffee, and went to the window. The garden held the stillness of an early August morning, the air cool and soft before the day's heat arrived. The lilac bushes along the south fence showed their last few spent blooms, most of the purple gone now, just the dark green of the leaves remaining. In the kitchen light, the garden looked like itself and also like a place she was seeing for the first time. She had telephoned Nathaniel Graber from the Brenneman barn on Friday evening and said, Sunday morning, 7 o'clock, come on foot from the end of the lane. He had said he would be there. She had telephoned Samuel from the same phone and said, Sunday morning. He had said, I'll be at the gate. Miriam came downstairs at 6:30 in her good dress and her best white prayer cap. The same dress she had worn on the evening Lydia arrived, months ago now, the dark blue one she kept for company in church and occasions of importance. She came to the kitchen table and sat, and Lydia poured coffee and set it in front of her without speaking. They sat together in the early morning and drank their coffee and listened to the birds. Is today the day? Miriam said. Yes. Miriam wrapped both hands around her cup and looked at the window. Tell me again that he is well. He is well, Lydia said. He is kind and careful and good at his work, and the people who know him respect him. Miriam nodded. She looked at the garden. She did not speak again for a while. At 7:05, Lydia looked out the kitchen window toward the lane. Samuel was at the gate. He was standing quietly with his hands at his sides, facing the road, in the position of someone who is there and present and will stay as long as he is needed. The sight of him standing there, at 7 a.m. on a Sunday, at the gate of a farm that was not his, simply because he had said he would be, was one of the things Lydia would carry from this morning for a long time. She saw Nathaniel Graber before Samuel did. He came along the road from the direction of town and turned into the lane at the far end, and he had done what she suggested. He had parked somewhere else and walked, and he came up the lane on foot in clean dark clothes with the deliberate pace of a man who has given himself time to arrive carefully. He saw Samuel at the gate when he was perhaps 30 yards away, and he slowed briefly, and Samuel turned, and they looked at each other for a moment. Samuel stepped aside from the gate and held it open. A simple gesture. Nathaniel came through and they exchanged a few words Lydia could not hear from the window. Then Samuel came to stand at the near corner of the porch, close but not inside, and Nathaniel came up the path alone. Lydia met him at the door. Good morning, she said. Good morning. He looked at her steadily. He was pale beneath his summer tan, and he was holding himself with great care, the way you hold a very full vessel. She's in the kitchen, Lydia said. She knows you are coming. She is clear this morning. She held his gaze. She may call you by a different name than Nathaniel. If she does, let it be. He nodded. He understood. Lydia led him through the hall and into the kitchen. Miriam was at the table with her hands folded. She heard them come in, and she looked up, and she looked at Nathaniel Graber in the doorway of her kitchen, and she went very still. The stillness was not shock or confusion. It was recognition. The kind that arrives not with noise but with a long exhale, the way you exhale when something you have been waiting for comes through the door at last. Lydia drew out the chair across from Miriam and Nathaniel came to the table and sat. He was perhaps 3 feet away from the woman who had held him for less than an hour 30 years ago and had been asking God to send her news of him every spring since. He did not speak. He let her look. Miriam looked at his face with the thoroughness of someone reading something they have been waiting a long time to read. She looked at his hair and his jaw and his hands flat on the table and the way he held himself when he was still, which was with a patience that she recognized because it was her own. After a while, she reached across the table and touched his jaw very lightly with her fingers, the way you touch something to confirm it is real. He did not flinch. He kept himself very still. His eyes were and he was holding himself with everything he had, and it clearly cost him considerably, and he did it anyway. Come closer, she had said when he first sat down. Now she reached further and placed her palm against the side of his face, not cradling it, simply resting her hand there, the way you rest your hand on something that has been lost and come back. She said, Jonas. Not Nathaniel. The name she had written in a letter she never sent, on a January night 30 years ago, in the same kitchen. He made a sound. It was small, and it was not quite a word, and it came from somewhere further down in him than speech. "I would have known you anywhere," Miriam said. Her voice was steady and unhurried, the voice of a woman who has waited long enough that the arrival of the thing she waited for does not require hurry. "I would have known you in any room." "I found a photograph," he said. His voice was barely voice. "Of the garden. My mother kept it." "I put it in with you," Miriam said. "So you would have something green. Wherever you went." He closed his eyes briefly. She kept her hand on his face. They sat like that for a long time. The kitchen was warm and quiet around them, the morning coming in through the windows, the coffee cooling on the table between the cups. Lydia had moved to the doorway without either of them noticing, because this was not her moment to be in the middle of. She stood in the kitchen doorway and watched an old woman and the man she had known for 1 hour hold each other's presence in a room that had been carrying this morning's weight for 30 years, and she did not speak or move or do anything except stay close enough to be useful if she was needed. But she was not needed. These two people were doing something that required nothing from anyone else. They were doing the work of recognition, which is one of the things only the people involved can do, and they were doing it carefully and without hurry and with all the mercy the bishop had said to put at the front. After a while, Miriam was tired. Lydia could see it in the slight softening of her posture, the way the clarity she had brought to the morning was beginning to ease at its edges. She came to the table and said gently that perhaps some rest would be good before the midday meal, and Miriam let herself be guided to her chair in the sitting room without protest. Nathaniel remained at the kitchen table. When Lydia came back from settling Miriam, he was looking out the window at the garden. His hands were flat on the table, and his expression was the expression of a man who has received something enormous and was very carefully not letting it overflow. "Is she all right?" he said. "She's resting. She tires in the mornings. It's not the visit, it's just how the mornings go." Lydia sat across from him. She was entirely herself for everything that mattered. He nodded. He looked at his hands. "She said she would have known me anywhere." "Yes. I've been in this county for 10 years, he said quietly. "I drove past farmhouses every week for 10 years, and I always looked at the lilac hedges. I never knew why. I thought I liked them." Lydia looked at him. "She planted those the year after he died. Daniel. She planted them for you, I think. Not for herself." He was quiet for a long moment. Then he pressed both hands flat on the table and stood, not abruptly but with the decisiveness of a man who needs to be moving. "Can I come back?" he said. "Yes," Lydia said. She would like that very much. "I'll call first." "The store line." "Yes." He picked up his wallet from the table where he had set it while he sat with Miriam. He opened it and looked at the folded photograph behind the driver's license. He slid it back in, gently, differently than he had ever put it away before, the way you handle something when it has moved from the category of question into the category of answer. "Thank you," he said. He looked at Lydia directly. "For coming to the store. For the way you came." "She asked me not to let them forget," Lydia said. "I'm keeping my promise." He nodded once. He walked to the back door and out through it, across the porch, down the path and out the gate. Lydia watched from the kitchen window as he went down the lane toward the road, the way he had come, unhurried and steady. Samuel was still at the gate. He stepped to one side as Nathaniel came through, and they spoke briefly again, and this time Lydia could see the posture of it, two men acknowledging each other across a distance that neither of them had chosen and both had managed as well as they could. Nathaniel walked on down the road. Samuel came up the path to the porch. Lydia opened the back door before he knocked. He looked at her face for a moment, and she looked at his, and neither of them said anything immediately. He came in, and she closed the door, and they stood in the kitchen where Miriam and Nathaniel had been sitting an hour ago. "How is she?" he said. "Resting." She was entirely herself for all of it. Lydia sat at the table. She called him Jonas. Samuel sat across from her. He folded his hands on the table in the same place Nathaniel's hands had been, and he looked at her with the full, steady attention she had come to understand was the thing he did instead of performing. "And him?" he said. "He held himself together all the way through," she said. "It cost him a great deal. He did it anyway." She looked at her own hands. "He asked if he could come back. I told him yes." "Good," Samuel said simply. Lydia looked at the garden through the kitchen window. The spent lilac bushes stood in their row along the south fence in the August morning, their season done but their presence solid, the roots going down where you could not see them. "She planted those lilacs for him," she said. "The year after Daniel died. She planted them because she needed something living that had been growing since he had. Something green to send with him and something green to tend here." Samuel was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "She found a way to give him something and keep something. Even when she couldn't keep him." "Yes," Lydia said. "That's exactly it." They sat together at the kitchen table in the Sunday morning, and the quiet of it held them. From the sitting room came the small sound of Miriam's breathing, the deep and even breath of a woman asleep in the peace of a thing finally set down. After a while Samuel reached across the table and covered her hands with his, not briefly the way he had in the Newfeld yard in June, not withdrawn immediately. He held her hands deliberately, the way you hold something you have decided to hold, and he looked at her, and she looked back at him, and the Sunday morning went on around them, unhurried and sure. Chapter 15. Samuel sent word to the bishop on Monday morning. He'd spoken with Lydia about it, and she was grateful that he would talk to the bishop for her. He did not request a formal meeting this time. He sent a note through the deacon, which was the channel for less urgent communications, saying simply that he had news regarding the matter they had discussed in July and wished to share it at the bishop's convenience. The bishop sent word back by noon that same day, come Tuesday after chores. Samuel came on Tuesday at 5:30. The bishop was in the side yard this time, stacking firewood for the autumn, which was work that wanted doing in August before the season turned and pressed everything urgent at once. His son was in the shed and the yard was quiet. Bishop Troyer looked up when Samuel came through the gate and nodded at the woodpile, which was an invitation to make himself useful, so Samuel set down his hat and picked up the splitting maul, and they worked together for 20 minutes in the long evening light. Samuel had found, in his dealings with the bishop over the years, that the man received information better when his hands were occupied. Not because he needed distraction, but because physical work gave a conversation a natural rhythm of pause and continuation that pure sitting did not. The maul came down, the wood split, you stacked the halves, and in the pause between one piece and the next there was room for a thought to breathe. He told it plainly, as he always did. He told the bishop what had happened on Sunday morning. The good morning, the good dress, the 7 o'clock arrival. He described Nathaniel walking up the lane and Miriam at the kitchen table. He did not embellish. He said what happened, in the order it happened, and he let the weight of it rest where it fell. Bishop Troyer split wood and listened. He did not stop working while Samuel spoke, and Samuel did not stop working while he talked, and the stack grew steadily between them. When Samuel finished, the bishop was quiet for a moment. He set the maul head on the ground and rested his hands on the end of the handle and looked at the wood. "She called him Jonas," he said. "Yes." Another silence. A piece of wood shifted in the stack and Samuel reached over and reset it. "How was she afterward?" the bishop said. "She slept," Samuel said. Lydia said it was the sleep of a woman who had put something down. The bishop looked at the woodpile for another moment. Then he picked up the maul and split another piece. "And him?" "Nathaniel Graber. He held himself through all of it," Samuel said. "It cost him considerably. He asked if he could come back. Lydia told him yes." "Good," the bishop said. Simply, the way he had said things before that meant the assessment was complete and did not require elaboration. They worked for a few more minutes without speaking. The evening was going toward gold around the woodpile, the kind of August evening that carries its own quality of ending. The light thicker and more amber than summer had been even a month ago. "I want to speak to Deacon Bender," the bishop said. He is the only other person in the current district leadership who carries this history. He should know that it has been addressed. Will it become a matter for the congregation? Samuel said. He asked it carefully because the answer mattered not only for Miriam but for how the visits going forward would be received. Bishop Troyer shook his head. There is no reason for it to become a formal matter. Miriam Kauffman is an elderly woman with an illness that is taking her memory. She has a young man who comes to visit her. Nathaniel Graber has conducted himself honestly in this district for 10 years. He is not asking to disrupt anything. He is not asking anything of anyone. He is coming to see an old woman who is his mother, and that is a thing a man of any faith can be permitted to do. And if people ask questions? Samuel said. People ask questions about everything, the bishop said. The deacon and I will know what we know. The rest of the district will see an English businessman who has done honest trade here for 10 years visiting a family he has some connection to. That is all they need to see. Samuel thought about this. It was the right arrangement. It preserved Miriam's dignity and gave Nathaniel the room to be present without requiring anyone to receive difficult news all at once. Some things could be understood gradually, over the course of seasons, without a formal announcement. There is one more matter, the bishop said. He stacked the last piece from the day's splitting and looked at Samuel. Lydia Kauffman. Samuel met his gaze. She has done a remarkable thing here, the bishop said. She came back to tend her auntie, and she has done considerably more than that. She has been careful and merciful, and she has brought something to a right conclusion that the rest of us, in our different ways, had left unfinished for 30 years. A pause. How do things stand between you two? Samuel was quiet for a moment. I intend to ask to call on her properly, he said. The bishop's expression did not change, but something in it settled, the slight ease of a man receiving news that confirms what he had already concluded on his own. When? Soon, Samuel said. I've been waiting for the right time. The right time rarely announces itself, the bishop said. He picked up his coat from the fence rail and put it on. It tends to arrive while you are still deciding whether you are ready for it. Samuel had nothing to say to that except that it was true. Tell your father I asked after him, the bishop said. He walked toward the house. And thank you for keeping me informed, Samuel. I know you are easing things for Lydia. That is the right way to handle things. Samuel put his hat on and let himself out through the gate. He walked home. It was 1.5 miles by road, longer than taking the field path, but the road was the right route for the thinking he needed to do. The evening was coming in around him, the farms on either side of the road settling into the sounds of end of day, a milking running somewhere to the east, a dog single bark in the direction of the Neufeld property, the particular evening quality of birdsong that is not exactly different from morning birdsong but sounds different all the same. He thought about what the bishop had said. The right time rarely announces itself. It tends to arrive while you are still deciding whether you are ready for it. He thought about the kitchen table on Sunday morning, Lydia's hands beneath his on the table, and Miriam sleeping in the sitting room and the piece of something set down, and the whole long summer that had brought them all to that morning. He had been waiting for the right time the way you wait for a particular piece of weather, believing he would know it when it arrived by some quality of distinctness, some clear signal. But he had been sitting across from Lydia Kauffman at that kitchen table, and he had covered her hands with his because it was the right thing to do in that moment, and he had not decided to do it in advance, and he had not thought about whether the time was right. He had simply done it, because she was tired, and it had been a great morning, and she had done a remarkable thing, and he was glad to be the man sitting across from her when the remarkable thing was finished. That was not waiting for the right time. That was the right time, having arrived while he was still thinking about when it would come. The bishop was right. He passed the Brenneman property and the Neufeld fence line and the long flat stretch where the hayfields ran on both sides. He passed the place where Lydia had walked beside him in June and asked about the cultivator part, and they had not yet known each other well enough for silence to be comfortable. That was 10 weeks ago. He had known her all his life, and he had understood who she was, specifically, for 10 weeks, and that was enough. He thought about what she had said on the porch the other evening, about choosing faith. About it living in specific people and specific choices. He thought about his own faith, which he had not examined with this kind of attention before, because it had not needed examining. It was simply there, the way the fields were there, the way the farmhouse was there. He had always assumed it was simply what he was. But she had made him understand that what you are and what you choose are different things, and that the choosing makes it yours in a way the inheritance does not. And he thought that this was true of more than faith. He turned into the Miller Lane in the last of the August evening. His father was on the porch. Samuel sat on the step below him, and they watched the fields go dark together in the comfortable silence of two people who have been doing this for years. After a while his father said, "You're going to ask about calling on her." "I am," Samuel said. "When?" "Soon," Samuel said. "Very soon." His father nodded. He looked at the fields. "She's a good woman," he said. "She sees things clearly, and she acts on what she sees. That's a rare quality." "I know," Samuel said. His father said nothing more. He did not need to. Samuel sat on the step below him and watched the last light leave the fields, and the word soon sat in his chest with the weight of something that has moved from intention to decision. He went to the Brenneman barn the following morning and used the telephone. He called Lydia Kauffman at the harness shop. The call was brief. He told Eli that he had something he wanted to discuss with him when it was convenient. Eli said to come Thursday afternoon. Samuel said he would. When he hung up the receiver, he stood in the Brenneman barn for a moment with his hand still resting on the telephone and thought about the fact that Lydia did not know he was doing this. He thought about it carefully. In this community, a young man did not need a father's permission to call on a woman, but he felt that the respect of informing the family was the right thing to do, and Samuel Miller did the right thing as a matter of course rather than calculation. He also knew that Lydia, who was 23 and entirely capable of making her own decisions, would not need her father's approval to give him an answer. The conversation with Eli was courtesy, not negotiation. What he was not doing was asking her first, which was a deliberate choice. He was not going to ask Lydia whether it was all right to call on her before he had done the thing properly, because asking for permission to ask for something was a way of distributing the weight of the decision between them before he had fully taken it on himself. He intended to take it on himself first. Then he would speak to her. He straightened his hat and walked back out of the Brenneman barn into the August morning, and the fields were dry and golden and the season was tipping toward its end, and he had something to do on Thursday that he had been moving toward since a June afternoon when a quilting frame needed a shim and Lydia Kauffman crouched at the corner and held it steady. Chapter 16. Nathaniel telephoned from the store line on a Wednesday afternoon, 2 weeks after Sunday. Lydia spoke from the Brenneman barn after receiving a message that someone had called her and wanted her to call back, and the two of them spoke for perhaps 10 minutes. He asked how Miriam was. She told him honestly, the good mornings were still coming, 3 or 4 a week, but there had been a run of softer days since the Sunday visit, which was not uncommon after a significant event. The mind, she had learned from the district's doctor, sometimes retreated for a few days after something large, as though it needed time to integrate what had happened. She thought Miriam was doing this in her own way. Does she remember the visit? Nathaniel said. I believe so, Lydia said. She has not spoken about it directly. But she has been different since. More settled, somehow. Less, she searched for the word. Less waiting. He understood that. She could hear it in the brief silence on his end. I found something I'd like to bring her, if you think the time is right, he said. A lilac shrub. A small one, in a pot, from the nursery on the county road. I don't know exactly what I thought. I just wanted to bring her something living. Lydia looked at the garden through the Brenneman barn door, the late August afternoon going gold across the yard. Come Sunday, she said. The same time. She's been dressing in her good things on Sunday mornings, which tells me she's expecting you. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, Thank you, Lydia. Come Sunday, she said again. He came the same way as before, on foot from the end of the lane, and he carried the lilac shrub in a burlap bag that he had clearly wrapped with care. It was a young plant, perhaps 18 inches tall, with a single branching stem and a few late-season leaves that had not yet turned. He held it against his side with the attention of someone carrying something fragile. Miriam was at the kitchen table. She was in her good dress and her good cap, as Lydia had predicted. She was present, but not with the sharp clarity of the first Sunday. This morning, she was softer, the edges of her awareness slightly blurred the way they were on the middle days, present enough but not at her full depth. She looked up when Nathaniel came in, and she looked at him for a long moment in the way she had on the first Sunday, but this time it was recognition without the weight of 30 years arriving all at once. He had already arrived, that Sunday. Today he was simply here. "You came back," she said. "I said I would," he told her. "Yes." She looked at the burlap bag. "What have you brought?" "A lilac shrub," he said. He set the bag on the table and opened it carefully so she could see the plant inside. "I thought you might want to add it to the garden." "A new one." Miriam looked at the plant for a long time. Her face moved through something Lydia could not read precisely, something that was private and layered and belonged to a history that was not Lydia's to interpret. Then she reached out and touched one of the leaves, very lightly, with one finger. "It needs sun and good drainage," she said. "Don't put it too close to the fence. Give it room to spread." "I'll do whatever you tell me," Nathaniel said. "Yes, I think you will." She looked up at him. She was not fully sharp today, but she was entirely herself in the important ways. "Sit down. Have some coffee. You drove a long way." "I walked from the lane." "That's still a distance at this age." "Sit." He sat. Lydia poured coffee and put the cups on the table and then moved to the counter and began doing something useful with the bread she had already made, because this was the kind of morning that required her to be close and available but not at the table. Miriam and Nathaniel talked. Not about the past, not about January 1993 or Daniel Schrock or the letters in the cedar chest. They talked about the kind of things you talk about when you are learning the ordinary texture of someone's life, his work at the store, the kinds of customers who came in, a persistent squirrel problem in the eaves of the hardware building that had defeated 3 separate attempts at resolution. Miriam told him about the summer's preserving and the stubbornness of the kitchen garden's north corner where nothing would grow properly no matter what she planted. She called him Jonas once, briefly, when she lost the thread for a moment, and then she found the thread again and called him by nothing in particular, and he did not correct her and did not react, and the morning went on. After an hour Miriam was tiring. Lydia came to the table and suggested that some rest before the midday meal would be wise, and Miriam went to her chair in the sitting room with the cooperation of a woman who has had the morning she needed and is not fighting what comes after. Nathaniel took the lilac shrub into the garden. Lydia brought the trowel and they stood together at the south fence looking at the existing bushes, their season's blooms long gone now, the deep green of their leaves the only color in that part of the yard. "Between these two," Lydia said, pointing to a gap where the spacing was widest. "It will get afternoon sun there and the fence will shelter it from the north wind." He crouched and began to dig with the care of someone who has not done a great deal of gardening but understands the principle of it. Lydia held the shrub steady while he opened the hole, and when the depth was right, she set the plant in and he filled the soil back around the roots, tapping it gently with his hands. They worked without conversation for a few minutes. The garden held the warmth of a late August afternoon, the sun coming off the fence boards and the packed earth at an angle that still held summer's heat even as the season moved toward its end. "She said the same thing about the planting as the last time," Nathaniel said. He was pressing the soil around the base of the shrub. "About where to put it and the drainage. She said it almost word for word." "She spent a lot of years in this garden," Lydia said. "Some things go deeper than the days that are harder." He nodded. He sat back on his heels and looked at the planted shrub in its gap between the older bushes. "She planted all of these after he died," Lydia said. "Not to make a point. Just to give him what he was owed, which was the complete picture. She planted them because she needed something growing in the ground that had been there since before you had a name she could use." He looked at the bushes for a moment. He looked at the one he had just planted. Then he stood and brushed the soil from his hands. "I'll keep coming," he said. "If that's all right." "She's expecting you," Lydia said. "That's more than all right." He picked up the empty burlap bag and folded it over his arm, and they walked back toward the house together in the afternoon that was cooling now, the first edge of autumn beginning to work itself into the end of the day. Clara Miller came to the farm that same afternoon, not long after Nathaniel had gone. She walked the 2 miles from the Miller place and arrived at the gate looking calm in a way that was different from her ordinary calm, which tended toward the contained energy of someone managing something. This calm was settled. She had been somewhere in herself and had come out the other side. "Is Lydia here?" she asked Reuben's wife, who was just leaving. She was. They sat on the porch steps in the afternoon, the same steps where Samuel had sat with Lydia on the evenings when the conversation needed the open air. "I've decided to be baptized in the fall," Clara said. No preamble. No building toward it. She said it the way you say something you have been thinking about for a long time and have finally finished thinking. Lydia looked at her. "What helped you decide?" "A question my brother asked me," Clara said. "He asked who I wanted to be when nobody was watching and nobody's feelings were at stake, and the only thing that mattered was the answer. I've been sitting with that for 3 weeks. She looked at the lane. The answer kept coming out the same. "And Joel Hartman?" Lydia said, because it needed to be asked. Clara was quiet for a moment. "I care about him. I won't pretend otherwise. But I'm not choosing against him. I'm choosing for myself." She looked at Lydia directly. "I'm not ready to leave this life. I don't think I'll ever be ready to leave it, not really. I was just frightened of claiming it because claiming it means it's yours to lose, and that's harder than keeping it at arm's length." Lydia held her gaze. "That is a very clear piece of understanding," she said. "My brother says I'm more perceptive than I let on," Clara said, with a slight easing that was her version of a smile. "He also says you're good for him." She looked at Lydia with a directness that was entirely Samuel's. "I think so too." Lydia did not answer that. But she held Clara's look for a moment, and the afternoon went on around them, and she thought about a man who had been at the gate that morning at 7 o'clock because he said he would be, and about a man who had answered a question honestly in a harness shop, and about a woman who had planted a garden for a child she could not keep. She thought about choosing for herself rather than choosing against something else. After Clara left, Lydia sat in the garden for a while. She sat on the old bench along the south fence, the one that had been there since before she was born, weathered and solid and positioned to catch the afternoon sun the way Miriam had always preferred. The new lilac shrub stood a few feet away, its soil still fresh and dark from the trowel. She thought about what she had said to Samuel on the porch 2 weeks ago, about faith living in the grain of specific people and specific choices. She thought about what Clara had said about claiming a life being harder than keeping it at arm's length, because claiming it means it's yours to lose. She had been keeping her faith at arm's length for 1.5 years. She had been examining it, which was necessary, and she had found what she came to find, which was the grain of it. She understood now where it had come from and what it had cost the people who carried it before her. She understood it was not perfect. She had always known it was not perfect. But she had needed to understand the specific imperfections before she could commit to the whole of it, and she did. The summer was nearly over. The baptism classes for the fall cohort had already begun in the district. Bishop Troyer would take late additions if a young person came to him with genuine intent before the end of August. She asked God whether she was ready, and the garden was quiet around her, and the answer came in the quality of the quiet, which was not empty but full. She sat with that for a while. The new lilac shrub stood in its gap between the old ones, its roots in the ground, its leaves still green in the late afternoon light, growing into the space that had been waiting for it. She got up and went inside to start supper, and on the way in she made a note to send word to the bishop in the morning. Chapter 17. Samuel spoke to Lydia Kauffman on Thursday afternoon. He had driven out to the harness shop in the late afternoon and found Lydia's father at his bench, which was where he always was at that hour. Eli had set down his work when he saw who was at the door, and they had spoken for perhaps 20 minutes in the quiet of the shop with the smell of leather and oil around them and the late summer heat pressing in through the south window. Samuel had said what he came to say. He had said it plainly, without ornamentation, because plain was the only register that suited him, and he suspected it suited Eli as well. He told Eli that he intended to call on Lydia, and he had always thought it the right thing to do to speak to a woman's family before he spoke to her. He thought Eli deserved to know directly rather than to hear about it after. Eli had listened without interrupting. He had looked at Samuel for a moment after he finished. Then he said, "You are the kind of man I would want my daughter to be called on by. That is all I am going to say about it." They had shaken hands and Samuel had driven home. Samuel had not told Lydia he was going to do this, and he did not tell her afterward. The Thursday visit was his to carry. What came after was between them. The Sunday service was at the Neufeld farm, the last one of summer before the September turn. Lydia arrived with Reuben's wife, who had become, over the course of the summer, something close to a friend, in the way of women who are thrown together by circumstance and discover they suit each other. They settled at the women's tables for the shared meal after the service, and the district went about its ordinary Sunday doings around them. The meal was long, and the conversation was easy. Children moved between the adults. The older men sat in their cluster near the barn doors discussing the dry spell and what it meant for the late corn. The bishop moved among his people with the unhurried attention he brought to everything. Vera Neufeld presided over the food table with the efficiency of a woman who has done this for 40 years and has no intention of making it look effortful. Lydia sat and helped pour coffee and listened and spoke when she had something to say. She had been in this district for 4 months. She knew most of these people well enough now to hear the note in a conversation that meant something was being managed, and the note that meant something was being genuinely enjoyed, and the difference between the two. She had not always been able to hear that difference. She thought it was what belonging felt like from the inside rather than from the edge. She noticed Samuel across the yard twice, not because she was watching for him but because he was there, solid and present in the way he always was, talking to his father's friend near the water trough, later helping 2 of the younger men stack the trestle tables that had held the meal. At some point in the early afternoon the meal wound down in the way Sunday meals do, people gathering their things and their children, the buggies beginning to move in the lane. Lydia had helped with the last of the clearing and was looking for Reuben's wife to arrange her ride home when Samuel appeared at her elbow. "Will you walk with me before you go back?" he said. "Just down the lane and back. It won't take long." She looked at him. He was looking at her steadily, the way he looked at things he had already thought through. "Yes," she said. The lane that ran south from the Neufeld farm was a farm road, gravel-topped and edged with the dry grass of a late August that had been short on rain. Fence posts ran along one side, the posts he had helped set the summer before he was old enough to be useful at that kind of work, or so his father had once told him. The other side was open pasture, the cattle moved to the far field for the day. The afternoon had gone hazy, the particular haze that comes before the season turns, a softening of the light rather than a dimming of it. They walked at the pace of people who are not in a hurry about where they are going. She did not ask him what he wanted to say. She let him find it. He took his time. The lane ran straight for perhaps 200 yards before it curved toward the back pasture. They walked to the curve and back before he spoke, and she let the silence rest the way she had learned to let things rest when they needed time. "I want to ask you something," he said, "and I've been trying to find the right way to say it for some weeks now." "You don't need a right way," she said. "You can just say it." He looked at her sideways. The slight ease at the corner of his mouth that was his version of a smile came and went. "I would like to court you," he said. "Properly, with your family's knowledge." She kept walking. He kept pace beside her. "I spoke to your father on Thursday," he said. "That was a courtesy. He knows I'm asking you today. Whatever you say is yours to say without reference to anyone else." She looked at him. He was watching the lane ahead, his hands easy at his sides, hat straight against the hazy sky. He looked like what he was, a man who had said what he came to say and was now waiting with the patience of someone who had been waiting well for a long time. She stopped walking. He stopped beside her. "I'd like to drive you home from Singings," he said. "I'd like to come to the farm on Saturday evenings and sit with you and talk until it's time to go home. I'd like to know what this is between us when it has a name and not just the shape of it." She looked at the lane ahead of them, at the fence posts and the dry grass and the hazy afternoon. "It already has a name," she said. "You just used it." He looked at her. "This," she said. "The word you used. This." He was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out and took her hand. He took it deliberately, both of his hands around hers, the way you hold something you have decided to hold. "Will you let me court you?" he said. "Yes," she said. She held his gaze while she said it and did not look away, and there was nothing in her voice except the full weight of it, the yes that meant all the things it was meant to mean. He held her hand for a moment longer. Then they walked back up the lane toward the Neufeld farm together, the fence posts going past on one side and the pasture on the other, and neither of them said anything because there was nothing that needed saying. The afternoon was warm, and the distance back to the farm was short, and there was no reason to hurry any of it. Reuben's wife was waiting by the buggy with the expression of a woman who has been keeping herself busy and was not going to mention why. Lydia climbed in, and they drove back along the county road toward Miriam's farm. Reuben's wife talked about the meal and the dry spell and a piece of news about the Neufeld grandchildren, and Lydia listened and responded and felt the afternoon settle around her with the warm, solid quality of something that had been possible for a long time and had finally arrived. She did not examine it. She let it be what it was. When she got back to the farm, Miriam was in her chair in the sitting room, knitting with the careful attention she gave to work that required some days more concentration than others. She looked up when Lydia came in, and her expression was clear and warm. "Samuel Miller," she said. Without preamble, the way she sometimes arrived directly at a thing without the usual approach. "Yes," Lydia said. "Good," Miriam said. She looked back at her knitting. His mother was a wise woman. He has her way of being still when stillness is what the situation needs. She worked a stitch. Not many men know when to be still. It's a useful quality. "I know," Lydia said. "Sit down," Miriam said. "Tell me about the service." Lydia sat and told her about the service, and the meal, and the dry spell discussion among the older men, and the Neufeld grandchildren. She left the walk in the lane to herself, not out of secrecy but out of the understanding that some things need a little time to be properly your own before they are shared, and that Miriam, who had been keeping things carefully for 30 years, would understand this without being told. When the sitting room had gone dim enough for the lamp, Lydia lit it. The pool of light settled over them both, Miriam with her knitting and Lydia with the mending she had picked up from the basket, and the Sunday evening moved at its own pace around the warm room and the house that held them. Samuel came to the farm the following Saturday evening. He came in his good clothes, which was the signal in this community of everything it was the signal of, and he knocked at the back door rather than coming in, which was another signal, and Lydia opened the door and let him in and showed him to the kitchen, where Miriam was already at the table with the particular alertness of a woman who has been expecting company and does not intend to be caught off guard by it. "Samuel Miller," Miriam said. "I know your father well. He was a good man to have at a frolic. Never waited to be asked twice." "I'll try to live up to that," Samuel said. "You already have," Miriam said. She looked at him the way she looked at things she had already assessed and found sufficient. "Sit down. Lydia will make coffee." Lydia made coffee. She brought it to the table and sat across from Samuel, and Miriam sat between them in her chair the way a present sits when it is not quite a chaperone and not quite a witness but something in between. Perhaps it was more like the solid warmth of a person who has been part of many important evenings and knows how to be in one without taking it over. They talked for 2 hours. About the farm and the harness shop and the hardware store in Millhaven and the late corn and the baptism classes and the slow turn of the season toward autumn. They talked the way people talk when they are finding out the exact shape of each other's ordinary life, the preferences and habits and small opinions that make up the texture of a person when they are not in the middle of something large. When Samuel stood to go, Miriam reached out and patted the back of his hand where it rested on the table. A brief, firm gesture. She said nothing with it. She didn't need to. Lydia walked him to the door. He stood on the back porch in his good clothes in the September evening that had gone cool enough at last to feel like a different season, and he looked at her in the porch light, and she looked back at him, and the whole long summer between the quilting frolic and this porch was in the air around them. "Next Saturday?" he said. "Next Saturday," she said. He touched the brim of his hat and walked down the path and out the gate and drove home in his buggy through the September dark, and Lydia stood on the porch until she could no longer hear the wheels on the road, and then she went inside and washed the cups and banked the kitchen fire and went upstairs, and the house held the warmth of an evening that had been everything it was supposed to be. Chapter 18. The baptismal service was held at the Kauffman farm on the first Sunday of October. It was Lydia's father's turn to host the service, which was a coincidence that was not, she thought, entirely a coincidence. The district took turns, as they always did, and the fall rotation had brought the service to the Kauffman barn in the same autumn his daughter was coming to be baptized. Eli had said nothing about this when she arrived the evening before to help her mother prepare. But when she was leaving after supper, he had held the door and looked at her for a moment and said that he was glad she was choosing it. "Not glad you finally decided or glad the waiting was over. Glad you are choosing it." She understood the distinction. The morning was cool and bright in the way of early October in Ohio, the maple at the edge of the Kauffman yard already turned to its best red, the sky above it the sharp blue that belongs to that season and no other. Lydia walked from Miriam's farm to her parents' place in the early morning, and the road was quiet, and the fields on either side had gone to their autumn colors, and she carried the quiet of the walk with her into the barn. The service was long, as it always was. The slow opening hymn, the loblide, the kneeling prayer, the scripture, the sermons. The barn held perhaps 50 people, sitting on the benches in the arrangement of long practice. Lydia sat with the other candidates on the bench at the front, for young people ranging from 17 to her 23, all of them in their good clothes, all of them having done the same weeks of preparation classes with Bishop Troyer. She had listened to him in those classes. She had asked questions, and he had answered them with the patience of a man who has guided many young people through this and understood that the questions were the evidence of serious intent rather than the absence of it. He had told her, in the last class, that her way of approaching faith, thorough and questioning and finally wholehearted, was a gift to whatever community received it. She had not told him what that meant to hear. When the time came, she knelt on the barn floor, the same barn floor she had run across as a child, and she answered the bishop's questions in the clear, even voice of someone who has worked out what they believe before they said it aloud. The water came down over her head 3 times from the bishop's cupped hands. Cool and plain. She remained kneeling for the prayer that followed. She felt the bishop's hands on her head, and the murmur of the congregation around her, and the wood of the barn floor under her knees, and the whole weight of the choosing and the whole relief of it, both at once. She rose and took her place on the bench and did not look around the room. She looked at her hands in her lap and listened to the rest of the service and let what had just happened have the room it needed. Afterward, at the shared meal, her mother held her for a long moment before releasing her to the business of the day. Her father shook her hand, which was not the Kauffman family's usual style of affection but was everything in it. Samuel was across the yard when she came out of the barn, and he looked at her, and she looked at him, and neither of them changed expression but something passed between them that needed no expression at all. Clara Miller was baptized 3 weeks later, on the 3rd Sunday of October, at the Neufeld farm. It was a quiet service, as all the services were, and Clara took her place on the candidates' bench with the composure of someone who had been thinking about this moment for a long time and had arrived at it with her own understanding intact. When she rose from her knees she looked, Lydia thought from where she sat on the women's benches, like someone who had put something down and straightened up after. Samuel sat across the room on the men's side, and Lydia watched him watching his sister, and she saw in his face the expression of a man who had been carrying a concern so long that the releasing it surprised him. He sat with it for a moment. Then he looked across the room and found Lydia, and she gave him the small nod that meant, "I see it too," and yes. After the service Clara came to find Lydia in the yard. "I did it," she said. "I see that," Lydia said. "How do you feel?" Clara thought about it honestly. "Like I chose something rather than let it choose me." A pause. "That's different than I expected." "Good different or hard different?" "Both," Clara said. "I think that's the right way for it to feel." Lydia thought she was probably right about that. Nathaniel Graeber came back in November. He had come twice more since the September visit, each time with a telephone call ahead, each time walking up the lane, each time spending an hour with Miriam at the kitchen table while the season changed outside the window. The visits had a particular rhythm to them now, a settled quality, as though the three of them had been doing this for years rather than months. Miriam had good days and harder days, and Nathaniel had learned to read the difference before he sat down, to calibrate accordingly. On the clearest days, she talked about Daniel and about the decisions that had been made and about the garden. On the softer days, she talked about her preserving and the price of flour. She asked him whether he had someone to cook for him. Both kinds of days were real, and he had stopped preferring one over the other. The November visit was a clear day. He arrived at the usual time to find Miriam already at the table in her dark dress, her hands folded, her face sharp with the alertness of her best mornings. She looked at him when he came in and said his name, his given name, Nathaniel, not Jonas, and he sat across from her, and the morning light came in through the kitchen window and lay across the table between them. "I want you to have the letters," Miriam said. He went still. "I know about them. Lydia has spoken about them. They belong to you," she said. "They are your father's letters. He wrote them to me, and they are the most careful and honest thing I have. But they belong to you more than they belong to me now." She looked at him directly. "When you are ready. Not today if you're not ready. But when you are." He looked at her for a long moment. "I'm not ready today," he said honestly. "I'll keep them until you are. They've waited 30 years. They can wait a little longer." He nodded. He picked up his coffee cup. "Tell me about this squirrel situation," Miriam said. "You mentioned last time it had gotten worse." He almost smiled. "It has. I've tried 3 approaches, and the squirrel has defeated all of them with what I can only describe as strategic intelligence." "What kind of squirrel are we dealing with?" Miriam said, in the tone of a woman preparing to advise. "A gray one. Large. Probably old enough to have developed opinions." "Those are the worst kind," she said. She set her cup down. "Listen. Here is what you do." Lydia stood at the counter and listened to her aunt instruct Nathaniel Graeber about squirrels with the brisk authority of 80 years of farmhouse management, and she thought that this was perhaps the best morning of the whole long year. December came in dry and cold, the fields going bare and the lilac bushes along Miriam's south fence standing in their winter bones, no leaves left now, just the dark branching shapes against the pale winter sky. Nathaniel had come again in late November and brought a jar of honey from a farm stand he had passed on the county road, which Miriam received with the genuine pleasure of a woman who takes her honey seriously. He would come again after Christmas. The visits had become part of the shape of the seasons now, slipping into the year's rhythm as naturally as the apple butter boiling and the preserving and the long work of the autumn harvest. Clara was working alongside the district's elder midwife, who had recognized in her a gift for the work and had been teaching her steadily since October. She came to Miriam's farm occasionally with that glow that comes from doing work that fits the shape of who you are. She had not spoken about Joel Hartman again, and Lydia did not ask. Clara would tell her what she wanted to tell her in the time she wanted to tell it. Samuel came on Saturday evenings. He had been coming since September, regular as the season, and the visits had the ease of something that has been happening long enough to have its own traditions: his chair at the kitchen table, the corner of it nearest the window, the cup that Lydia poured before he was finished asking. Miriam at her end of the table, knitting or listening or drifting and then coming back, fully accepted into the conversation whenever she arrived and gently accommodated whenever she left it. He had not said more than he had said on the lane in September, and she had not asked him to. What they had built since then was quieter and more solid than declarations, the slow accumulation of Saturday evenings and the understanding of a person's ordinary habits and the comfort of a silence that does not need filling. She knew, in the way you know things that have moved from the category of possible into the category of inevitable, that there was more ahead of them, that the Saturday evenings were the first part of something longer. She held that knowledge without examining it too closely, the way you hold a growing thing, giving it room. On the first Sunday of December, Samuel came to the farm in the early afternoon, not an evening visit but for a midday one, and he brought a small jar of strawberry preserves that Vera Neufeld had sold the last of at the Brenneman table. "The Brenneman wife said you had none left in the larder," he said, setting it on the counter. Lydia looked at the jar. She looked at him. "You checked the larder?" Vera mentioned it. "I thought you'd want some." She thought about all the ways a person can show you something true before they have the words for it. The shim under the quilting frame. The longer nail behind the lamp oil. The fence he came to check because he had said he would. The hand over hers at the kitchen table on a Sunday morning when the remarkable thing was finished. The jar of strawberry preserves repurchased from Vera Neufeld because someone had mentioned the larder was empty. "Thank you," she said. Simply. Meaning all of it. He looked at her the way he had looked at her on the lane in September, steady and open and entirely present. "Miriam is sleeping," he said. "She is. Walk out with me a moment." They went out through the back door and across the porch and into the December yard. The garden was bare now, the beds gone to their winter rest, the south fence holding its line with the same solidity it had held all the years before she came back. The lilac bushes stood in their dark winter shapes, and between the two oldest ones the new shrub Nathaniel had planted in August stood its small ground, still young, still slight, but rooted. They stood at the edge of the garden in the pale winter light and looked at the lilac bushes, and Lydia thought about a woman who had planted them for a child she could not keep, and a man who had driven past lilac hedges for 10 years without knowing why, and a summer that had been about recovering what had been lost before she was old enough to know it had been lost. Samuel stood beside her with his hands in his pockets and looked at the garden, and after a moment he said, "Next spring those will come in again." "They always do," she said. "Will you be here to see them?" She turned to look at him. He was looking at her now, not the garden. "What are you asking?" she said. "I'm asking if you're staying," he said. "Not for the season and not for your aunt. I'm asking if you're staying for life." He held her gaze. "I'm asking if you're staying for me." The December afternoon was very still around them. The bare lilac branches held their patient shapes against the pale sky. The new shrub stood between the old ones with its roots in the ground. "Yes," she said. "I'm staying for all of it." He reached out and took her hand, and they stood in the garden in the December light with the cold coming in off the fields and the farmhouse behind them and the lane ahead of them and the whole of the future unfinished and possible, exactly as it should be. That evening Lydia sat in Miriam's sitting room while her aunt dozed in her chair with the baby blanket on her lap, the same blanket she had carried in the garden and clutched in the doorway and held through 30 springs of asking. The lamp was lit. The room was warm. Outside the December dark had come fully down, and the first stars were showing, the ones that appear early on clear winter nights, sharp and unmistakable. Lydia looked at her aunt's hands resting on the blanket. Thin and still and holding the soft worn cloth the way they had always held it, with the ease of long practice. She thought about the cedar chest upstairs. The letters in their cloth wrapping, tied with the ribbon that had once been blue. They were still there. They would stay there until Nathaniel was ready for them, which would be his time to determine and no one else's. The cedar chest had held them faithfully for 30 years. It could hold them a little longer. She thought about faith and about the things you inherit and the things you choose and the difference between them, and how sometimes what you think you are inheriting turns out to be a question, and answering the question honestly is the choosing. She thought about a man named Samuel Miller who had set a shim under a quilting frame on a June afternoon and come to stand beside her at a barn doorway in the dark and held her hand on a buggy seat and covered her hands with his at a kitchen table and stood at a gate at 7 in the morning because he said he would be there, and who had just asked her, in a December garden, if she was staying for the life. She thought, yes. Miriam's breathing shifted slightly in sleep, a soft sound that was not distress but contentment, the breathing of a woman who had done the hardest thing she would ever do and had come through to the far side of it, and was resting now in a house that was no longer carrying its old weight alone. Lydia got up and turned the lamp a little lower and tucked the blanket more firmly around her aunt's hands and went to the window. The lilac garden was dark and bare along the south fence, the way it was every winter. The roots going down where you could not see them. The season turning toward the one that came after. Spring would come again. It always did. She went to the kitchen and put the kettle on, and the house settled quietly around her, and outside the December stars were clear and very bright above the Ohio fields, and everything that needed to be decided had been decided, and everything that needed to be found had been found, and the rest of it, the long good ordinary rest of it, was still ahead. The end. Thank you for listening to Beneath the Lilacs by Hannah Miller. You can be assured that all her books are clean and wholesome. To find other romances by Hannah Miller, as well as the other authors at Tika House Publishing, visit www.tikahousepublishing.com. Remember to hit like and subscribe, and we will see you in the next Hannah Miller Amish romance.